Alrighty. So welcome everybody. Hopefully the YouTube stream's up. Hopefully you can hear audio. If you can't, please let me know in the YouTube chat, just so I know that it's not working. So welcome to our spring showcase and our alumni Mega-Panel. So yeah, everyone, there's a lot of people in here and a lot of people that should already know we have these showcases usually once every 6 months or so. Usually our main one is in autumn. And we kind of join up with other events for the spring, but this year no other events are going on, so we said we're just going to do a games one by ourselves because we always want to celebrate the work done, especially by our GDS2 students, so Game Design Studio 2, in their final year, and to say congratulations, well done. It's kind of pinnacle subject of your degree. It's what you've been working towards all these years, so you may have a few more subjects to go, but overall that you've now completed the major step in your degree. So congratulations. So we wanted to kick it off with a panel of alumni. So this panel is essentially people who finished their degree from about 2016 to 2019. So we tried to get 2 people from each year to come and talk to you about what their experience was like and what they would like to see potentially for future game students coming out of the degree, and where you should be considering heading and what options are available to you and what difficulties they had and so forth and so forth. So it's just a general alumni panel. It's just general chat for you to ask any questions that you might have thinking about coming out of your degree. So if you do have a question, chuck it down in the general chat in Discord. If you're on Discord, if you're on YouTube, you can ask it through the YouTube comments as well. And we'll try to pay attention to those and see how many questions we can ask. But yeah, at this time, I'll get our panelists to jump on their video and audio. Again, if I've got the permissions right, hopefully.
Hey everyone, just a quick one. I think there is some issue with some permissions on Discord.
Okay. Always good to know.
Yeah. So by the way, thank you guys for taking time of your busy days and your busy life to join us.
Ready. All right. And it's the usual thing. Did that help it at all? Hey, there we go. Never trust default permissions. Okay. Anyone's microphone working? Nope. Great, as usual.
Is mine working?
Yours is working.
Yay.
Ah, there we go. All settings. Okay, how's that? One of the panelists? No. All right.
Can we just make them admin?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, that's a good idea. All right.
Guys, don't mess with the settings.
Give me 2 seconds. Any luck? Anybody? Right. Well, this is interesting. Okay. What we're going to do, panelists, I'll get you to jump back into the private channel. I'll share it. Everyone watching in at the moment, jump onto YouTube so you can watch. And yeah, we'll see you on the other side. So panelists, over to the private channel that we were just in, that was working perfectly fine 2 seconds ago. Okay, please tell me this works. Andrew, say something.
It does.
Okay, cool.
We're back.
So, was my audio at least coming through for all of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was just our permissions
Yeah.
to speak, like, was overridden by.
I maxed out all the permissions on everything, so you can destroy the server now, but apparently that's not enough to allow you to speak. All right.
Cool.
All right, cool. So, yes, starting from our 2016 cohort, I need to remember the order of things now. Jasmina, just as you're taking a drink. Do you want
Hello,
to introduce yourself?
Yes. A lot of people, I'd have to apologize in advance, would have heard the same spiel like 20 times. But sorry. So yeah, I was doing the Bachelor of Science in Games Development finished in 2016, and I was also doing a sub-major in network security, which is now cybersecurity, so it was a bit antiquated back then. And then since graduating, I went on to do kind of like an indie game dev studio thing with some other graduates from the same degree. We were actually sharing a workspace with SMG Studios for a while, so made some good little friends there. But then I kind of moved on once that was kind of done and dusted into cybersecurity, which is what I'm doing now. So I think in any of my introductions, it might have said that I work at Deloitte in the Cyber Intelligence Center. I've only just kind of moved on from Deloitte, and I'm now at Canva doing security engineering, so much of the same stuff. So my primary focus at the moment is cyber threat intelligence, but I still kind of, use the same skills and whatnot that I've learned doing games development kind of almost every day, and still, playing games all the time.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Jason, do you want to go?
Yes. Hey, so I did the games subjects at the same time as Jasmina, but I chose to kind of spread out my degree a bit more. So I did less subjects at once. And after I finished Game Studio 2, I still had a couple subjects that I spread out for the next year and a half I think. And during that time, I also started tutoring. So I think some of the people watching I've probably taught at various points. Last year, I did an internship at Wargaming. So they're a game studio, which is pretty close to UTS. But that's like the Sydney branch of an international company. They do like World of Tanks and games like that. But it was in a project management position. So it was great to kind of see the company and how they work. But I would rather be a developer, like an actual working on the programming side of things. So I applied again for a programmer internship this year. And I did get it, but a certain pandemic happened, and then that got put on hold for a while. So once things go back to normal, that'll probably get going again. But in the meantime, I've just kind of been working on my own stuff, doing kind of self-development, learning sort of stuff.
Awesome. Kate. Kate, your microphone. Switch on. Oh, we're still having some audio troubles. Okay. Andrew, do you want to go for a moment, and I'll see if I can get some audio going for Kate?
Yep. So I finished the bulk of my subjects on the Bachelor of Science in Games Development in like 2017. I had a few more to get done just because I sort of reduced workload a little bit in the earlier years. So in that final year, the 2018, 2018 year, I did the games and graphics project, which is sort of what got me really interested in research and artificial intelligence and using artificial intelligence in games. So I had a good opportunity to move on and continue researching, as well as get further degrees at the uni. So in 2019, I went on to the Masters of Science Research in Computing Sciences, which I'm currently doing at the moment with Jamie and William as my supervisors. So I basically am just researching into spiking neural networks for reinforcement learning. So if anyone is interested in that, they can look up what spiking neural networks are. So yeah, I've sort of been doing that. It finishes in a couple months. So I'm supposed to be submitting in January, just got an extension to March or something, just because I had some work stuff before. So essentially during this last 2 years, luckily people like William, Jamie, and Luke have offered me jobs to tutor as well. So I've done data structures and algorithms, interactive media, intro to game design, intro to games programming. And then about 8 months ago, William came up to me and asked me if I wanted to make a new subject for the university. And so they had an Epic Mega grant that was given to them by Epic, which basically they wanted the university to make a subject that used the Unreal Engine. So we sort of put together, over 8 months, put together a subject called Advanced Games Programming, and that was putting it together and teaching it and lecturing it and tutoring it and recording videos and doing part online, part in person. And so that sort of just wrapped up in the last couple of weeks as well. So it was pretty scary. But yeah, that's sort of what I've been doing since I left the degree.
Awesome. Thank you. Kate, I tried to change your permissions. Let's see if this works this time around. Kate, any chance? Any audio? Microphone working at all? No, still not hearing it. Maybe try turning off your camera, because you said you were having camera issues before. So if you turn off your camera. Okay. All right. Because of time, we might just have to keep moving along. I'm not too sure what to do about that. It's going to be hard to fix the audio. If you can figure it out, let us know. If not, then definitely jump in the discussion in the chat and answer questions through there. I can get Jamie to read them out for you. So, what year were we up to? Adam, do you want to go?
Sure. So I graduated in 2018 from the Bachelor of Science in Games Development. I had actually transferred from Open University Online, studying, oh God, I can't even remember what it was called, essentially programming. And so I had gotten a few credits coming into Bachelor of Science, which was good because it kind of meant I didn't have to study full-time the whole time, which was great because in my last year I did some tutoring as well, like pretty much everyone else has by the sounds of it. Once I finished my degree, I got a job where I currently am still. So I am currently working for Trimble Inc. So they're a multinational global technology company, mainly with GNSS high accuracy receivers and surveying total stations. That's kind of their bread and butter. And what I work on is a product called SiteVision, where we integrate augmented reality with high accuracy GNSS positioning to give you centimeter accurate AR, basically. So you can line up your models of a building perfectly where they will be built, and you can see how things will be built and what kind of conflicts are lining up and that kind of stuff. So that is my current job, and it is continuing. So yeah, I think that's it.
Cool. Nat, do you want to go?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Nat. I was in the same year as George, which I assume will go next. when did I graduate? 2019. So I graduated 2019. Thanks, George. So I actually graduated mid 2019, and I was very fortunate that typically with the graduate programs, they start in the beginning of the year. So I had around a 6-month break, and I was very fortunate that Jamie and a few other coordinators I was pretty close with offered me tutoring positions as well, as a few other people mentioned. I actually got to tutor like multiple subjects, so interactive media, fundamentals interaction design, which I'm still teaching at, and some other subjects. And then I moved on to Commonwealth Bank. So I was a software engineer for the first rotation, and then the second half I went into project management. So that was a really good experience. I got to go into different roles, get to see different aspects, and play different parts in numerous projects. But I think after my experience with the 2 different roles or 3 different roles I had, I thought to myself that I didn't really find anything that meaningful to me, as in the projects. So I ended up leaving before the next rotation. And so right now I am just teaching at UTS, and I'm hoping to pick up more subjects while I work on my own side projects. On to you, George.
George, yeah.
Hey, I also graduated in mid 2019, and during study, I've sort of accumulated, sort of snowballed an interest into serious games, and how games can be beneficial for people outside entertainment, alongside entertainment. So that kind of encouraged me to take the games and graphics project, which I made a game that teaches linear algebra. And basically that kind of really smoothly transitioned into the job where I'm at right now, which is with Neuroscience Research Australia. They look into neuroscience and how the brain works and cognitive functions. But I'm working on a specific project that looks at getting people in aged care facilities to rehabilitate their motor skills in their feet. So essentially they have a dance pad, and they play these really sort of renditions of classic games like Pac-Man and DDR and Tetris and all these kind of arcade games. So I'm a software developer on that, and alongside that I am also at UTS. I also during my study I worked on some research projects, so they were facilitated largely by Jamie and William and some other stuff. One of which includes a game called Last Island, which looks at basically forecasting the sustainability of the Earth in different sort of fields and models. So we made a digitally assisted board game that tried to communicate the fact that there are a lot of variables in play in sustaining the Earth and the population and the environment and business and the economy and all these kind of variables. That this is something that we should consider from a society point of view. Just in this one sort of closed encapsulated game. So that's where I'm at right now.
Awesome. Thank you. Veronica.
Hi. So I'm Veronica. I graduated technically in February of this year, so like very fresh out of the press. Since then, I've been working with a couple of people that also graduated this year. Actually, some of them haven't graduated, but on like a little indie title that we sort of concepted back last year that we worked actually at uni on a little bit, and then sort of decided to take it a little bit further, but the game's changed a lot since then. So in that team I work as a writer, an animator, and an artist, as well as a designer. The other guys do most of the coding, but so I get to work in programs like mostly Blender, but also Photoshop, as well as Unity. Is that all the questions?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Good.
And last one, Ari.
Hello. My name's Arya. Right now I'm working as a solutions engineer in Datadog. I graduated pretty much earlier on this year. Yeah, I mean, I've pretty much since then been working on a bunch of my own side projects. My job at the moment involves working with a lot of customers in different areas. So I'm not really working in games at the moment, but I do spend a lot of time working with some gaming companies, which is pretty fun. But pretty much my job is I just deal with a lot of different cases. So a lot of different people, a lot of different customers, different technology stacks, and pretty much I just help people solve certain problems. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much the job. And throughout that process, I've also been working on some of my own side projects, so learning Vulkan and C++ on the side. I've been still collaborating with the quantum department at UTS to work on a game about quantum computing, which is fun and terrifying. And yeah, so that's a summary of me.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introductions. So we'll just launch straight into it, and we've already got a question on YouTube. So I'll throw. Oh, Jamie.
Yeah, I think Kate's good to go.
Yeah.
Kate, can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can. Awesome. Fantastic. Go for it, Kate.
Awesome. Okay, seems like that fixed it. Okay, so I graduated in 2017. About that time, I had a friend who was doing an internship at Channel 9, and they asked her if she knew anyone else from UTS that was looking for work. She ended up recommending me, and I ended up getting a job there as a software engineer. I've since moved up to being a developer. And basically, we work on the business solutions side of Nine. So they have this thing called Nine Galaxy, which is their whole advertising setup. So everything to do with like having ad videos, billing, when placing the ads in certain programs, all to air, everything's all managed through this whole set of solutions. So we all work on that.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm so glad that you got your audio working. I was getting really sad not being
me
able to have you on.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the first question, I'll throw this, I think, to Veronica and Jasmina probably. Someone asked for the people who graduated and made an indie studio or worked more on an individual project with fellow graduates, how did it go? Was it easy to find people from your cohort to work with? And did it succeed?
Should I go first, or Jasmina,
Yeah.
do you want to go first?
Sure.
So the people that I'm currently working with, two of them I was actually in my GDS2 group with, so which was kind of cool. So I met them in class, and then I think in GDS1 we worked on like a little project, like one of the class assignments, and then we liked each other, I guess. So we went into GDS2 and decided to make a group from that. And then the other person that's in the group, I just happened to meet. He still did our course and everything, but he wasn't in that GDS group. So it was kind of from meeting lots of people and sort of putting yourself out there a bit to chat to people that have similar interests. But we've also sort of reached out as well through the uni, looking for extra developers and designers and stuff. We didn't end up actually getting anyone else on because we decided against it in the end, but that was like a good avenue that we could have gone down. But yeah, I sort of just happened to sort of stumble into the people that I'm now working with.
And for everyone on the YouTube stream, The Alchemist of Talora is the game that Veronica's working on, and it's showing off at the moment, so you can go check them out. And they've got a bunch of social media, so you can follow along with them and see how the development's going.
Woo! Cool. It's
yeah. Sorry, go for it.
I was gonna say, if you want to follow us on Instagram, it's I think it's what is it? I think it's Alchemist of Talora at Instagram or something.
I think the Instagram link is at the bottom of the website. So
is it? Sick.
I'll put it in the chat just in case.
Yep, good thing.
Thanks.
Jasmina, how was your journey?
It was interesting. I'll be totally honest about the experience so that you get kind of a good idea whether or not that's a path you want to go down or not. So much like Veronica, we also kind of used the group that we had built for GDS 1 and 2 and picked up a few other students as well who were interested. I say that it was a pretty good experience. It went pretty well. We were able to kind of like rent a space and kind of, you know, get together on a pretty frequent basis and kind of try to iron out the process of ideating and making a game, and I say pooping it out to fruition, like basically just get it done and get it out there so that you have your name on something. So we were able to do that with 2 different games, one for PC and one for mobile phones. The pitfalls, I would say, are not everybody coming out of uni is mature enough to handle a self-sufficient working environment. I've discovered that a lot of people are not like me, for example, who had businesses and startups previously. So it is a lot of hard work, and there's no one there telling you what you must do and like when to do it and how to do it. So it's a lot of like self-driven stuff. At the same time, I'm not one of those people that's like, I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'm going to live off cup noodles and sleep under the desk at work. Like I like work-life balance as well. So finding people that kind of vibe with that, it's a much closer partnership than you would if you would have if you were working with someone. And ultimately, personally, that's why I decided not to do any more startups. This was like my 3rd like startup, and I was just like, I personally prefer working for a big multinational corporation that pays my salary and my super, and I don't have to worry about like all of that stuff. So, you know, in addition to programming and having an artist and all of that, the biggest pitfall I would say that happened with us was, you know, the people, just making sure that everybody's on the same page, and B, the marketing and the business aspect of it. You've got a bunch of nerds in a room together building something awesome, and there's no one there to like market your game and actually like get people to play it. And so that's something that you need to think about. So if you're cool with all of that uncertainty and you're kind of wanting to go on that wild journey, then by all means go ahead. But I would say definitely vet people before letting them into your little group of developers.
Awesome. So there's a question about physical space versus working from home, and it's to do with the starting up your own business again. But I'm actually more curious now, especially in COVID, how everyone's been finding it, and if you're still in an office, how's it been, and kind of would you prefer to be working from home, or would you prefer to be working in the physical space? So, Adam, it looks like you're actually still in the office, are you?
Yeah, so I guess so. I'm actually in Christchurch in New Zealand. So everything has basically been normal here for the last 4 months, 5 months. We had about 2 months of lockdown, and then we were back in the office, and you know everything has kind of been as per normal. And I would say that it is easier being in the office, particularly when SiteVision is quite a small team, so we riff off each other quite a bit, and it's much easier to just kind of do that on the cusp than make the physical effort of calling someone to ask them a question. There's just that bit more barrier, I think, working from home.
Awesome. Kate, I'd imagine you're in a fairly large team as well. How's that been, having to work from home?
It's been pretty like smooth actually. We had everyone from the dev team already like ready to go remote working, so it was just a matter of getting the BAs and QAs up to speed as well. But it all went really smoothly. They managed it quite well. The only downside for a lot of us is I think most of us are working out of like bedrooms and whatnot, so that does make the work-life balance a bit difficult when the room that you're working in is, you know, like your bedroom as well. It makes it hard to separate the two.
Ari, do you have something?
Yeah. We've actually we actually quite love working from home in my company. So one thing that's amazing about Datadog is that they've pretty much worked out how to optimize Slack to a ridiculous point. So moving between like work and home, we already have teams like, you know, across the globe. So it didn't really change too much. But the management did such a good job in sort of working out Zoom calls and how all of this sort of works together that it's actually become incredibly smooth on our end, to a point where I kind of don't really want to go back. They're talking about bringing people in, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to. So yeah, for us, it's been pretty good so far.
I mean, just to add to that, like for our team, everything that we do, we were in the office physically, but it was all on computers. So it didn't really change anything about the way that we worked. One thing that we found, we've been working from home from, I think, March up until now, and we're only just kind of starting to trickle back in. We were able to use technology to kind of help facilitate our what we call our rants and bants. So like because we work in security, you can't just use any old tools. So we tried to make Microsoft Teams act like Discord. So we had like all day calls running where basically you could drop in and drop out. So if you just wanted to sit in there and have someone just there with you while you're like doing your work and just so you can riff off of each other, we were able to do that. And sometimes we just like have our cameras on like all day and show people our dogs and stuff. But then we did start to get like a little bit lonely to the point where we would only want to come in like maybe one day a week to do something special. So now we have like Waffle Wednesdays. So if you want to come in on Wednesdays and get some waffles, we make waffles in the office. And it makes like being in the office like more meaningful. I don't think that it's for us any harder or easier to work with one another as long as you have the tools and you're kind of, I guess, adapting your processes so that things run more smoothly.
Very nice. Shifting gears a little bit, Jason, I know a lot of people have interest in going to Wargaming and other companies like that. What was the interview process like for them?
So, I mean, to apply in the first place, you have your CV that you give. And then the interview process was fairly normal. It was fairly straightforward since it's just for this entry-level position, essentially. For the programmer position, there's a programming test that you have to do, which is in C++, but it's mostly about programming concepts. So it's not so much about, well, I don't know, there's some pointed stuff, but it's more about algorithms and that side of things. And if you pass that, then there's just an interview, which is a fairly standard interview. Like they ask questions about you and your interests and the kind of stuff you'd expect to have in an interview.
Okay.
And then that was it. There wasn't like multiple stages of interviews, at least when I did it.
Okay, awesome. Is it something that you would recommend people to give a shot?
Yeah, definitely. If you are interested in it is difficult. Like that, there's a limited amount of places they can give relative to how many people will be wanting it. But if you feel you are interested and you're capable of it, then definitely go for it.
Awesome. Cool. Andrew and George, you both kind of work in more research style fields. George, I know you're doing development, but it is for Neuro, right? So it is for a research team. How do you find working in kind of games research?
So yeah, I mean, my biggest interest came from more sort of the artificial intelligence side, but when it's sort of being merged with games. But in terms of how I like research, I mean, it's a lot of work to do like a research degree. There's a lot of the stuff you think you just jump in and you'll be like, oh, cool, I'll make this thing and I'll make some cart. I'm doing like a cart pole balancing thing with a spiking neural network. Like I'll just make this work and it'll be awesome. And then I'll show people that it works and it's cool. But you then have to write up a 50-page thesis about how you got it to work and talk to people about how you got it to work and present big presentations. So it is challenging. It's definitely like a challenging path to go down. But it is interesting to see how all this stuff works, how we formulate our ideas, how we can like present them to people in a way that they can read it and understand everything about that problem, and then sort of go away and understand that thing now. And then you sort of become this very, very niche expert in something that no one knows anything about, and it's probably not that important, but you know that particular thing really, really, really well. So yeah, it's definitely like if you're into that stuff, and you're into like looking into things and playing around with different ideas and trying to come up with new ideas, then it's definitely a path for you to take. But obviously, it is challenging. I'm not saying that it's an easy path to take.
I also wouldn't say that spiking neural networks is not something that people don't care about. I think it's gaining popularity and it's going to be very important. So
when you're doing it and you're writing about it and you're looking into it and Googling it, no one's talking about it. And you're like, okay. So, yeah.
George?
Yeah, I really resonate with what Andrew was saying about the fact that you do feel like this like very specialized sort of expert when you may not think of yourself as an expert. Exhibit A myself. So of course, this is kind of my sort of first introduction to professional experience. So to, for people to come and look at me and say, oh, you're the games person, make this happen, make that happen. I'm like, okay, you don't, for me, I don't really have anyone to be like, is this how I'm, is this the right way of going about things? Or is this, is this okay? So there is a bit of learning involved, but I think that's where the beauty comes from doing something research or being involved in a company that requires you or a small, amount of people to know about games and games development and design. Is that you really, I'm really motivated to learn about what goes on in cognitive science as well. It's not, it's not a passion I want to pursue career-wise, but the fact that circle of knowledge is there for me to sort of tap in and exchange with, I find is a really rewarding experience. So there are things that I learn about cognitive science that help me think about game design, and vice versa. There's this kind of cycle, this conversation that just builds up our knowledge between ourselves. Another thing I do want to say is that on the other side of the coin, because you're sort of this, this one representative of game design or games programming, is that it feels like there's an invisible ceiling for you to reach, as opposed to, these are the things I need to learn, or this is where I'm going to be in 2 years. I'm going to understand this part of Unity, or I'm going to understand this particular process that the company is working on. So what I think is, I guess you could interpret as a downside or a fallback, is that there are less resources for you to learn games design and games development. So I think for me, that would be what I'd be looking to acquire or looking to involve myself in moving forward.
Cool, very good advice. Nat, can I have a Pringle?
Yeah, I'll email you one.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Just pass it through the screen, thank you.
Yeah.
So you went to CommBank, and I feel like there was a few people from your year group that went to CommBank. Did you end up being able to work with them, or?
Yeah, so funnily enough, half George is in the same friendship group as mine. A solid third of our group ended up going to the same graduate program together, the enterprise service program. So there was around 5-6 of us, and then I ran into other people from the previous year that graduated that were from my group in the Commonwealth Bank. So pretty much a good portion of my friends were together. We all were in different teams. So that was a good thing. We got to actually network with other people. Everyone else seemed to enjoy it a lot. We had a range of interests. Some people interested in UX, some people interested in development. So that was really good. In terms of my experience at CBA, that was a roller coaster. I think George already knows about this since I was venting about my experience. It was a good experience. I think it just wasn't for me. So I think I would recommend anyone to apply for programs, especially the Commonwealth Bank program, if you're interested in different things, programming, designing, or whatever. It's just that I think the year that I went in this year, they had a new coordinator, so the way they managed things was a bit different. And I felt like there wasn't as much flexibility for me to try the things that I wanted to. So I expressed that I was interested in designing or other things as well, but they wouldn't exactly allow me to go into other teams because I was a graduate and I was still learning. So I did my best to actually pick up projects from other people that I knew. I would let my team know, and I said as long as I finished my tickets, I could work on other projects, and that was really good. But then eventually, I think 6 months down the line, I just realized that I didn't want to continue doing this. I really wanted to just work on whatever I wanted to, because I noticed that as I was working programming, working project management, half the time I would be concentrating on the things that I really wanted to do, which was like animation and design. And so I think a month and a half ago, I just said, F it. I quit Commonwealth Bank, and then I decided to go do what I love, which is teaching, and then work on what I wanted to do. Yeah, fun.
Cool. Very nice. So, a general question just to everyone. What was the scariest part about leaving university? What was the thing you were most worried about heading into your careers?
Going back to university.
Fair enough.
That's it.
I just felt like I didn't know enough. Like I got to the end and I was like, this is it, I'm qualified. Like, what? So when I applied for the graduate position at Deloitte, I just felt like I wasn't ready. Like I didn't know anything. I was like, how can I work in job if I don't know how to do job? And I think what I realized is with a lot of graduate programs, and kind of why they're so brilliant, is they do teach you a lot of it on the job as you go. So that kind of made me feel at ease. And the other thing that really put me to rest was talking about being that like expert in things that you don't feel like an expert, but everyone looks at you like one. Speaking to like 50-year-old men that know nothing about cybersecurity and look at you like a god, like how dumb everybody is, like that helped my imposter syndrome so much. Like even people in cybersecurity teams of other big companies, just being like, wow, you really have no idea what you're talking about, and neither do I, and we're just hashing it out here together and solving the problem. So yeah, the scariest thing, feeling like I didn't know anything, which I still feel like 4 years later. But what really helped me was realizing that we're all just sitting here floundering around and nobody knows what they're doing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I can add to that too. I mean, when I first start off at Datadog, you get like all these people emailing in asking you like, what's the solution or what's the problem here? And you're like, I don't know, man. This is the first time I played around with AWS. And it's like you go in, because the games degree is very much limited. The games degree very much is about Unity and the games development stuff. So imposter syndrome was a gigantic issue for me going in. And yeah, it was terrifying to have like people relying on you for answers and relying on you for solutions when you just don't really know what you're doing sometimes and you're just sort of working it out. Luckily, my company was really good about it and sort of acknowledged that everyone's in that place. So they, we have a lot of support, a lot of help in that. But, even now, technically, I'm a senior member of the team because we're going so quickly that it's like, I don't feel like it. It almost feels like it's fake. And that's just something that I think everyone works through at some point throughout their career. Just want to add to that.
But yeah, I wanted to very, very, very quickly. Like I agree with that as well. But I think my biggest fear right out of university, it was losing friends and like having that imposter syndrome. I think the biggest one was feeling disappointed in myself or regretting that I ended up getting in a position that I didn't want to be in, which ended up happening anyways. But you hear so many stories from other people. They always take the conventional path. They have to go into this company. They stick in that company for 5 years, even if they didn't like it. And then that type of stigma kind of stayed with me. And then I actually felt afraid to leave my job. So fortunately enough, I had a very supportive mentor and other people. And they said, it's your choice. No one's stopping you. But I think that was my biggest fear, is staying in a job that you didn't like and not knowing yourself when to leave or if you should leave.
Cool. That takes a lot of skill, I think. I think a lot of people get stuck in a job, whether
Me
it's
crying for 6 months.
Whether it's for financial reasons or just because you feel like you don't have other options. So taking the leap and saying I'm going to shift is important.
Yeah, I can also add a little bit more to that because when you go out from the games degree, I think everybody who like comes out of a games degree and such, you've made your stuff and you're thinking to yourself like, I'm gonna work on this game. I'm gonna come out of it with with this great game that's gonna make millions, and I'm gonna be able to set up a studio and all that stuff. And I guess for me, there was this really weird fear that I'm going into like this, the IT industry. I'm not even going into games, and it's like, well, am I going to lose it all now? Am I never going to be able to go back into the games industry? Am I never going to be able to build up a lot of those skills, right? And you sort of beat yourself up for a while on that. And that was a huge challenge that I personally faced going into this industry. And I guess I've been able to deal with it by just working on my own side projects and slowly working my way through that. But yeah, that was a huge sort of issue that I sort of felt as well, sort of relating to what I said. Yeah.
Adam,
Yeah,
are you for your? Oh, sorry.
No, that's
Veronica?
okay.
No, go for it,
I was
Veronica.
I was gonna say, I think two things. One is maintaining a really, really good attitude, because when you get launched out of university, you basically your whole life you've had someone there like waving a sort of stick above your head, being like, all right, now you need to do this. You have this deadline. This is due now. And especially when you try and sort of go off and start your own project, you have to be your own boss, and it's really, really hard. And you'll be working with other people, and sometimes you might slack off or they might slack off, and you need to sort of have the skills to basically say, look, you're my friend, but I'm going to like tell you when you're doing the wrong thing, and I expect you to do the same for me. And that was really tricky, and that kind of throws you off a little bit when you first start working in an environment like that. I think the second part as well is, I guess it's kind of imposter syndrome, but a lot of it's to do with online you see these brilliant artists and brilliant animators and all these amazing games, and you think, wow, these people must have been good at this when they were 15, and I'm starting when I'm like 22, and it's too late for me. I'm done. I'll go off and do something else. But basically giving yourself the benefit of the doubt and like the room to sort of breathe and go, okay, well, I don't know how to make this particle effect, but I'm going to learn because everyone else had to do that before me. I'm no different to like anyone else that started off in my position. And to just try lots of different things, give yourself a chance to actually become good at something before you sort of write yourself off it. And yeah, that's probably, yeah, that's it.
I'm loving this. There's so much good advice here and so many real things as well. But I know Jamie would have experienced as well. Doing a PhD is all these things wrapped into one. All the imposter syndrome, all the confidence, all the you're on your own path, do it yourself kind of. And Andrew, I'm sure, is experiencing it at the moment as well with his Masters by Research. Adam, just quickly, with the augmented reality stuff you're doing at the moment, is that in Unity or another platform?
No, yeah, it's in Unity based completely.
So
there's some native stuff that we have to do, but yeah, it's predominantly in Unity.
Yeah. So how have you found working in Unity, but not for a games project, more for something that's more civil engineering almost?
I actually really like it. It's when I first got the job, I was kind of the mentality of, this is just a stepping stone. I'll do this for 2 years so that then I can meet, or 5 years or whatever, meet that criteria on all the resumes that everyone sees. And yeah, just kind of, it's really nice because I would say it's games adjacent. It's kind of very, you don't have to do gameplay programming or anything kind of like that, but we still have to deal with 3D meshes and 3D models and how do we optimize this. And it's kind of more, I guess, the hardcore kind of programmer stuff. How do we come up with these custom positioning algorithms to align GPS with AR coordinate systems? So I actually really, really like it. And the company is, even though SiteVision is its own thing, it's out there and we're still actively working on it, we also get to play with other things. One of the other guys, not on my team, but is based in Christchurch here, they're doing some R&D with a Boston Dynamics Spot, the dog. So he was walking around my desk the other day. So that's horrifying, but yeah, like just awesome, really cool stuff like that that I don't think I would be able to experience working on a game. Not to say that one day I'd still be interested in working with a game studio, I think, just to get that kind of experience as well. But while I'm here, I'm more than happy to stay here.
Fantastic. And why New Zealand? Was that just where the job was, or are you originally from there?
No. So I think in my second year, no, even in my first year actually, for a research project, I came across an article that was saying, New Zealand was putting in a lot of money into its games industry, into its entertainment industry, and I was reading competing articles at the time saying Australian federal government was pulling all funding for games industries, and I was like, oh well, this might actually work well, that by the time I graduate maybe there'll be good jobs in New Zealand. And so I kind of always kept that on my radar and told my wife about it, and she kind of latched on to the idea that we have to move to New Zealand when you graduate. And so I cultivated a relationship with a game studio in Dunedin. In my final year, I was traveling New Zealand, and I was just like, "Hey, can I come talk to you? I'm interested," and they were really, really friendly. And so that was kind of the path forwards. And then, of course, as it always turns out, I had applied for I think 3 jobs in Sydney, or even 4 jobs. I've been to like different interviews with different studios, and all of them kind of had just fallen through at the last kind of stage. And then I was cultivating 3 jobs in New Zealand, and I got offered all of them. And so all at the same time, and it was just ridiculous. And I was like, of course, this is how it happens. So yeah, so I ended up taking this one where I currently am. And yeah, the rest is history. I mean, it was very scary talking about being scared after uni. It was very scary leaving everything and moving to a brand new place, particularly Christchurch. I'd never actually been to Christchurch. So that was quite scary, but some of those leaps of faith are often the best.
Cool. So George, you're working with Unity as well at Nero?
Yep, that's correct. So I'm finding a lot of the processes that I've done in projects, I've sort of I've borrowed from, but I guess one thing I want to sort of chip in on that is the idea of working on a project that has been that's existed for a while. So in some cases, and I can't really make an assumption, but my guess is that in a lot of cases, you're working on a project that either has already begun, or you're joining in maybe for a portion amount of time. It really depends on the role, but the idea is that there's work that's already been done, and you're here to jump on top of what's already existed, which was the case for me. And if you're in that case, I think one thing that's really valuable for me is to have both people to communicate with and documentation to learn from, resources to start with, because without that, I feel like this feeling that like you come in here with a certain amount of skills and you don't feel any kind of is a logical thought, I think. So I think it's always helpful to remember that you come in with these skills that you've learned from uni, but paired with that, I think part of bridging, me working on particular software, and I'm starting to remember that this probably isn't answering your question, Will, but I think it's helpful to realize that there is help for you to get started, into what you're doing. If you're jumping on a project that already exists, then you have the documentation and the people to learn from, in most cases. And if you don't have that, then you have people to tell that to. If that's the case that you're jumping in, then, that's a bit of a safety net that you can reach out towards when you find yourself in that scenario.
Awesome. Fantastic. Kate, quickly, have you had multiple roles at Nine, or have you mostly stayed in the same team since you joined them?
So I've been in the same team, but we've had projects come up since I've been there. So when we were first there, we were mostly working on a desktop C# application. That's now expanded into a website that also hooks into the back end for that C# application. So we've had a lot of new stuff come up. So people end up getting split out a bit, saying, oh, this person can work on the website, this person can work on the desktop application. So there's been a bit of like subdividing in the team, but mostly in the same team, yeah.
Okay. So it's kind of like a flexible team format where you kind of shift around to various sub teams depending on which projects come in and when.
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, we've got the whole thing is like a software suite, so there's a lot of programs all connecting into each other. So we have certain guys who know how to do like the MuleSoft side of things, certain people that know how to do the website stuff, and it just depends on who likes to specialize where, really.
Nice. I saw a few questions. I think Veronica was asking for questions about indie development, and there was one further up, and also one came in from Aylin. So, for anyone, and especially Veronica, the first one that was earlier was, how did you deal with skill gaps in your team? And then, how did you go about funding? And have you had to deal with any kind of funding?
Yeah, I was reading them. With skill gaps, well, there are so many different skills that you need to make a game. It's actually insane. And most of the time you don't know more than you actually do know. Usually, especially we're a team of 4, and basically we're learning something. It feels like every week we're like doing something new, which is sort of fun in its own way, but it also gets out of hand really, really quickly. I would say obviously trying to teach yourself and like practice as much as you can, but honestly I think being really realistic with the scope of your project is really, really important, so that you can actually focus on getting a couple different things right as opposed to trying to sort of do a little bit of everything. Like there are lots and lots of resources online now for like learning everything. It's like at the moment I'm doing a lot of the special effects for our games, and I had no idea. So now I'm currently working in like Unity shader graph, VFX graph, and that's not something I ever learned. I basically had to follow a lot of tutorials, follow people on like Patreon and things like that, and just sort of hone it a lot to get it looking good. But just being like realistic and sort of being like being adaptable to what you actually like need in your project. Maybe changing up like your art style to be more achievable. Like maybe you want it to look like The Witcher, but is that what's actually achievable? Maybe not. So maybe you can actually add your own artistic spin on something, except for going for something that's ultra HD. You can make it stand out and look good and look a little bit different, and that's sometimes actually better than having it look hyper realistic or anything like that. In terms of the funding, at the moment we all sort of work part-time jobs. We aren't funded in any way at the moment. We're looking at a couple of different options once we get our like sort of working demo out. One of which is like we've been looking at crowdsourcing, because the genre that we're trying to build actually goes really, really well on platforms like Kickstarter, where it's more like RTS, like sort of nitty gritty like RPG kind of style of games, whereas I think a lot of games sort of get overlooked a lot if they're put on Kickstarter. But so we're looking at that. We're looking at like approaching like publishers to see if like we can go down that route, but we're going to basically wait on that decision until we sort of receive a lot of feedback about like the kinds of people that would want to play our game and stuff like that. But it's definitely achievable to work on something and also work as a part-time job. It's, you know, I basically work 6 days a week, but it's worth it because I see it as an investment in my future, whether or not that's in this game itself or just me as someone that wants to work in the game industry. That you might be working for free, but basically everything you build during this time is an investment in your future. So if you think of it more like that, as opposed to just, oh, someone's not paying me, so I'm not going to do it. Well, you're not really going to get to like the dream position by sort of thinking like that, in my opinion. But yeah, so did I miss anything?
No, I think that's good. Jason, every time, just on that note of skills, every time I speak to you, you seem to be building some new skill. What kind of drives you? What keeps you motivated for learning different skills in games development?
I don't know. I just find learning rewarding in itself a bit, but also since like I'm working on projects that, like this year, basically, I've been working on systems that ideally could be turned into a real game. Like I'm building a game in order to learn how to make. So, sorry, I'm getting trailing off a bit. But for example, recently, I've been doing like state machine systems that can be configured instead of hard coded. So lots of scriptable objects, which I never learned in university, but they're super useful for eliminating dependencies and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. I just find it interesting for the sake of that, but it also lets me work on everything myself a bit because I'm not working in a team of people at the moment. So anything that needs to get done needs to be done by me. So that's kind of motivation for learning different areas. And there's lots of resources online and all of that, which I use. But it's just kind of rewarding in itself for me, I find. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know we're running out of time, so maybe we'll do a quick go round and kind of ask the scary question again. What are you thinking for the future? Where are you hoping to go kind of in the next 5 years? The things you're hoping to work on, either personally in your own time or kind of in your career in general? We can start from the top again if we want. So start with Jasmina.
I've been put on the spot. Yeah, I've been thinking about this quite a lot myself, actually, because I'm sure we all started out with the dream of, like, you know, working in a big AAA game studio. When I was little, I was like, I'm going to Japan. I'm going to work for Nintendo. Then I lived in Japan for a little while, and then I realized I'm white and I'm a girl, so it's probably not gonna go down too well for me. And I have chronic illness, so I can't work like 12 hours a day and die on the desk. So that was like a weird thing that I had to deal with coming out of uni, doing games in my own time, and then saying like, okay, what do I actually want to do with my life? Do I want to pursue this dream? And part of it was like an FU to all of the people that said that I couldn't do it. That really annoyed me. But then I also had to go, all right, well, I like money and I like having, you know, a good steady lifestyle and all of that. So I kind of think I'm at the point now where I really enjoy what I do. I actually like cybersecurity a lot more than I initially thought I was going to. It was originally as a backup plan, but also like a secondary interest. Whereas now I feel like I really enjoy going to work, doing something that's technical and has a right and a wrong answer, and is kind of not artistic, because my focus in games was more on the art side of things. Doing all of that and then kind of turning that in, coming home, and then that's done. That's it. There's no more worrying about it. I've finished work. And then in my spare time, doing things like drawing, you know, I help my friends with their games that they make. So if they need assets and things like that, I'll help them out. You know, just like anything that I can do in my spare time, even if it comes down to like weird stuff. Like I was making Instagram filters for a while because I was like, hey, wait a minute, Spark AR is like really similar to Unity in terms of like, if you know about particles and things like that, you can make really cool effects. So I find that my all of the things that I learned and all of that is kind of my creative outlet as opposed to my main source of income. And I'll still be able to do things like freelance. You know, I do commissions and things like that. And then the final thing is being able to still use those skills in times where they come in handy. Like the one excuse I always kind of bring up is when I was originally consulted by some people at Deloitte to help them kind of come up with realistic scenarios for a cyber safety game. And then I was like, y'all are making this game all wrong. And then it kind of came out that I had done games before. So I was able to help with that project a bit more than they originally asked. So I kind of like that. I guess in the future, I'm not really sure where I'm going to go, but I really like cyber as my main kind of job focus. And then I love being able to like be creative in my own time and doing it my own way with my own kind of like time scale and not relying on that as like my main gig, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Jason?
Yes. What was the question again? What do I see myself doing in the next 5 years?
Yeah. What would you like to work on and so forth?
Okay, so short term, like I'm still trying to get into the game studio. Like that's kind of what I've been set on for a while. I'm still aiming for that. Hopefully that still works out. And if that does continue, then I might just stay there if I like it. But if I don't, like there's lots of different areas that I'm interested in. So since in the game projects that I've done, I've been doing like the programming, but I also do some of the modeling and the animation and art and stuff like that as well. And even before university, like video production and stuff. So there's lots of different industries that are all kind of related, like digital creative type stuff. So I think there's lots of different avenues in that area that I could explore if I want to. But at the moment, I'm pretty focused on seeing if I can get into like a solid AAA game studio.
Fantastic. I keep losing track of where we are. Kate.
So I remember when I first started up at 9 thinking that, oh yeah, I'll be here for a few years and then I'll leapfrog into something else when, something comes up games-wise. But to be honest, I'm really enjoying being here. So we have had a few little things come up here and there we've been able to work on that's vaguely games related. We did like some promotional material for the website that we launched. We had a 4K 60 FPS rendered video of a rocket going through a bunch of debris hanging around the rings of Saturn, which was really cool. But yeah, there's been little opportunities here and there, like AR games and that. So I'm probably quite happy sticking where I am, to be honest. But down the track, it would be great to have like a side gig or something like that, games-wise. But yeah, see where it takes me.
Fantastic. Andrew? This is the burning question. This is what me and Jamie want to know as well.
Yeah. So, as Will and Jamie would know, I was thinking about moving on and doing a PhD with the game studio. But as you know, in the last recent months, I have been moving away from that idea. I might be back at one point to do a PhD in the future, but I sort of want to, because like everyone watching this is probably thinking about what they're going to do once they leave uni. I'm in that exact same boat now because I am reaching the end of my second uni and am looking at what I want to do after that. So I sort of want to spend the next year or so figuring out what I want to do, try and put together a motley crew of people, try and make a game, something like that. That's sort of where I'm at right now. And then moving forward, looking at the jobs available. I don't really want to leave Australia necessarily. So looking at jobs in Australia, Wargaming, for example. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at now.
And then come back and do a PhD.
And then come back, yeah. Of course. For you. If you and Jamie are still there, I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
We can never leave, Jamie. We will be here. Adam?
So I guess, yeah, like I said, I'm quite happy probably where I am right now. I do wish that I had more time to work on projects in my spare time, which I have none because I have 2 young kids. And every few months, every 6 months or so, I dream of ReaperCo and see if, one day we could revive it and build it build it back up. So I guess, I'm happy continuing what I'm doing. SiteVision is going to be around for the next few years. It might morph into some other products, but there's also, with the way mixed reality and AR is kind of penetrating all industries, particularly construction and engineering, I'm not too worried that I won't have a job in Trimble somewhere. playing with some bleeding edge technology, which I really, really do enjoy. Yeah.
Awesome. And yeah, I really want Reaper Co to come out. Needs to be like on the PlayStation or something like that. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, that'd be
Next-gen
the dream. Yeah.
George, do you want to go?
Yeah. So for me, I mean, if I could tie this into something real useful for anyone watching, I feel like my strategy is to try as many different things as possible, which helps me accumulate an idea of the sense of what I want to do. So I think you've heard from a lot of people who have spoken here already that you find yourself exploring things that you're iffy about, or you're unsure about, or you have this this idea in your head of what your future is going to be like, and then circumstances and lessons learned and all that. But I think that's what it's that's what the career is all about, or your career path is all about, is just learning what you want. I think if you can do that in however way in whichever way you do it, I think that's what will help you stabilize and find your comfort zone in terms of your career. So what that means for me is I've explored or I'm exploring serious games, and I think what I am looking for is some expression of the ideas that I've had collating and building up and stored in a virtual file cabinet. I'm also looking to work with people who are more experienced than me in games. So so what I'm doing is kind of being a little, I guess, like lateral about what I want to do next. But I take the the next opportunity that comes and the opportunity that feels right for me. So that's going to be me in the next 5 years.
Very nice. Nat, the burning question.
What was the question again? 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Wow, this is hard. The best way I could probably put it is, for me, one thing I definitely know for sure is I have multiple interests, whether they'll be in like animation, designing, developing something, video editing, film production. I want to be able to mix all of these interests into either a single thing or being able to align these interests. So if I were to like go into animation, and at one point in a year or two, I actually learn how to actually create my own music and then add that with my animations, that's the type of thing that I would want to do. But specifically in the next 5 years, I can't exactly pinpoint exactly how I want to look like or be like. But that main thing is that I want to be able to make sure that I work towards each of my interests, so none of them end up neglected. I don't want to have that feeling of regret that I never end up going into music, even though I was super interested in it a couple of years ago. I guess that's the main thing.
Very nice. Ari? No, you and Veronica are kind of new in the industry, but what are your hopes?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it's just to continue growing, at least for now. So I've started looking into more development roles now. So Datadog was amazing in that it basically just really expanded my knowledge of everything. Let me know exactly what's going on, right? We interface with so many different companies and so many different people that I sort of got a really nice insider view of what a game server architecture looks like. What these people, how these big companies sort of work. And I want to take that knowledge now into development and continuing to work on that. I plan to finish off my 2D renderer in Vulkan. I'd like to get that up just so that I can have that done on my GitHub. And yeah, just continuously moving forward, building up more skills, and hopefully being able to sort of pivot back into the games industry once I feel confident enough with all of that. And also, yeah, continuing to sort of make games on the side. Actually, me and a couple of friends, we started what's called the Caps Collective. which is pretty much a bunch of ex-UTS students or current UTS students who get together and just do game jams over the weekend. It's not like a 2-day game jam, but we do like 12 hours or so, and we just work on little projects together. We've made some pretty cool stuff so far, and yeah, we're on Twitter. You can look at all the stuff that we do on GitHub as well. If you're interested, you can reach out and potentially join us. So a couple of just fun little initiatives that we all sort of go on, no pressure or anything. So
if you have the link for that, can you post it to Discord or to the YouTube?
Yes,
stream?
I definitely can. Let me get that up. But yeah, that's the overall plan. Just keep growing, keep developing skills, and hopefully eventually be able to do something amazing with that.
Awesome. And last but not least, Veronica.
So at the moment we're looking at basically we want to have our demo complete by the 1st of January 2021. Basically available to play test it. We're gonna keep trying to take this game to market, and we're hopefully gonna kickstart it mid next year or a bit earlier than that, hopefully, if all goes well. We want to turn this into a real paying job, so we can basically just make the games that we all sort of dreamed about making, like me and my team. We're going to reevaluate sort of mid next year, depending on like the feedback that we get and the direction we want to take. But it could potentially lead into basically making a second title, but trying to skip out on all the mistakes we made the first time around, and putting into practice everything we learned. But we're just going to like see how we go and hopefully be an actual indie success story for once.
You've got your first fans here, so we'll be buying it straight away as soon as it comes out.
Thanks, Will.
Awesome. So thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you for sparing your time. I know you're all very busy. Some of our panelists are going to hang around for the showcase if they can. I know a lot of them, of course, have paying jobs that their bosses want them to get back to as well. So not all of them can. But yeah, if you have more questions for them, ask them in the general chat in Discord. And if they have the availability, they'll jump onto it. So yeah, thank you again so much for your time. And this has been really cool for Jamie and I, because a few of you we haven't seen in a long time. We haven't seen some faces. People like Andrew, we saw you last week. But yeah, it's really good. And like I said, that this idea came out of last semester when we did the autumn showcase, and we had a few people from each year level join into the Discord chat, and we were just having a general conversation. And it was fantastic to actually make this more of an official thing and get a lot of people more invited and have people from each year level really come and tell us what they've been up to. So I'm sure we'll be doing this in years to come as well. So that's going to wrap up the panel. Andrew Johnson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
And I'm learning Discord very, very rapidly.
Okay, awesome. So yeah,
apologies.
So to our panel, thank you very much. You're free to go if you would like, or keep listening in. And yeah, thank you for coming along. It was great having you here, and I really hope to speak to all of you again sometime soon.
Thanks, Will.
Likewise. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
I'll see you next week.
See you.
Cheers, guys.
Bye. All right, so just quickly in kind of an intermission before we get started with the showcase. I know we're running behind schedule. Sorry about that. That was my technical issues at the start. Goes to show how much of a noob I am with Discord and OBS and so forth as well. But yeah, really quickly, we wanted to get Andrew Johnson and Sean Simon in to talk about the Animal Logic Academy. A lot of you so the Animal Logic Academy is hosts a master's degree in animation visualization, and it is a really good pathway for those of you that are currently in the games degree. If you're looking for further study, it's something that I really encourage you to look into. So without any ado, I'll hand over to you guys.
Cool. Okay. Thanks, William. I'm just going to try and share my screen, and hopefully the Discord gods are with me. Well, so many options. Okay, is that working?
Yep, I can see your slideshow.
Are you seeing my screen?
And loading. Yeah.
Yep. Got it.
Yes.
And looks like it's on YouTube. Yep, it's all good.
Yep. All good.
Okay, cool. Thanks. So, yeah, I'm going to be very quick, but my name's Andrew Johnston, and I'm the research director and also the course director at the UTS Animal Logic Academy. And as you might see, Sean Simon is here with us. He is a current student. So the idea is I'm going to give you a bit of a very brief overview of the academy, tell you what it's about, give you a bit of advertising, and then I'll hand over to Sean, who'll kind of tell you the truth about what it's really like from the student point of view. So the Animal Logic Academy is a partnership, as the name suggests, between UTS and Animal Logic. You probably all know about Animal Logic, the film and visual effects company. They've made the Lego movie. They sort of did all the special effects and so on for The Great Gatsby. They did, the iconic scene from The Matrix with all the text coming down the screen. So almost any Hollywood movie you've seen in the past 25 years, they probably had some kind of hand in. And the Academy was launched because Animal Logic and many other animation and visual effects companies felt that universities were failing really to produce graduates that were industry ready, that were really ready to kind of hit the ground running and work in the real life animation and visual effects studio. So the solution that we arrived at with them was to create a studio at UTS. There's a photo of it here. All the photos are dark because the color scheme in the studio is like the Death Star. So it's super duper dark, but it's all brand new. There's a space for around about 60 people working in the studio kind of at a time. Very, very schmick facilities, a screening room, really good sound, all that kind of stuff. And the vision is that we have students working full time in the studio. So it's not a normal university course. It's a 1-year master's course that runs from January through until December. Students are in the studio Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, all day, every day. They have about 3 weeks off for the whole year. So really immersive and very much like working in a real world studio. The course is split up into 3 chunks. In the first studio, roughly about the first 15 or so weeks, I think, of the year, the cohort build an animation for the screen. That is like a motion picture quality animation. Maybe I'll just very quickly see if I can play. I don't know how well Discord does with streaming YouTube stuff while I'm talking, but I'll just kind of play it on my screen to give you a flavor of the kind of animation work that gets done. This is the animation that last year's cohort produced. So it's around about, 4.5 minutes or so. So that's what they do in Studio 1, is really kind of work up a concept and start to work on that, and then continue to work on that throughout the rest of the year. In Studio 2, everyone switches gear a little bit and starts to think about how they might use some innovative technologies to produce a different kind of experience for audiences. In the last few years, that's been augmented reality, virtual reality types of things, but it's really a very open brief. Students develop prototypes, pitch ideas. At the end of Studio 2, one of those ideas is selected, and in Studio 3, the team go off and work to produce that concept. Sorry, I'm just going to move my slides back over the top of that video. I didn't actually have a photo of this year's cohort when I was putting this together this morning, but this is a photo of some people. So there are people in the academy. This year, there's about 45 students. They do super cool stuff. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think it's very, very good stuff. I'm just gonna, how do I unshare my screen again? Yeah, who knows? Doesn't matter. It's super cool stuff, and I think it's very relevant for people. If you've finished a games degree, like Sean finished, in 2019, I guess, and you think you might be interested in this industry, the skills you have, even though you might not realize it, the skills you have set you up really well to be very strong contributors to these kinds of projects. So I think sometimes people coming out of a games degree don't realize that the Animal Logic Academy is something that they could consider, because maybe they think that, oh, I don't have an arts background, or I'm not really good at drawing or something like that, or I haven't read on animation before. But that's not the case. The kinds of teams we need are very multidisciplinary. And so there is definitely a place for you if you're interested in that kind of thing. So that's probably enough for me, I think. Hopefully that's enough to at least give you the flavor of like what the Academy is about. You can get lots more details at our website. But I thought maybe I'll hand over to Sean now, and he can give you just a bit of a real world perspective from the student side of things.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. So at the Academy, it's a lot of fun. What's interesting is I came into the Academy with a bit of arts experience, but mostly since I've been doing Game Studio too, I've kind of have the whole background of being a solid programmer, or focused on the code. So it's pretty awesome where you get to work and brainstorm with artists, conceptors, animators, surfacers, modelers, and just kind of work on a project that you kind of get this extra polish. And you learn a whole bunch of extra real-time visual effects such as Houdini, Unreal, and you get to do some AR stuff. I've been working in the studio on an open world VR game, and I've kind of been the programmer for that. And it's been an interesting experience being working with people who have come from various backgrounds, like storyboarders, somebody who does really great realism, different somebody's who is like a classically trained artist, and it's just a whole variety of people you work with. And you kind of become almost a family, which is quite lovely to form that connection with a whole group. And then there's all the insider memes going around and all of the lots of the shenanigans. It's a lot of fun, and you surprise yourself by the quality that you can produce. And yeah, that's, I guess, my spiel. Yeah.
Cool. So I've got no idea if there's any way for us to get questions, but maybe Jamie or William, if there are questions, you could pass them on.
Yep. There was one. Are there scholarships to help with student income, as working full-time in a master's degree limits the time you can use to work and earn money?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a perennial question. I actually would have to check for next year. We usually have one scholarship available, and I haven't done my homework before now. I can't actually tell you, to be honest, if that's going ahead for next year or not. Financially, because of virus situation and stuff, all the financial stuff is a bit up in the air, but I will look into it and get back to you. I would think most likely we'll have one scholarship position that can be applied for.
Can I ask one question that I got asked a few weeks ago? So this is from a student who's finishing this year, but still haven't finished per se, and is interested in joining, but wasn't sure if you needed to have the degree completed. So the question is, can anyone join at any stage, or you have to have a completed degree before you can be taken?
Yeah, the answer is, I'm pretty sure there's no rule saying you can't. There's no rule saying that you have to have finished your degrees before you come in. Basically, the admission is via portfolio. So you could come in with no degree, but have a kick-ass portfolio and lots of industry experience or whatever, and you could come in through that pathway. So I would think if you're wanting to finish off your degree, kind of like one subject per semester or something like that, and then enroll in the Animal Logic Academy, it's probably possible. But definitely get in touch with us so we can double check that. Sean, yeah?
Yep. Just if I may mention, when I was starting Animal Logic, I hadn't actually completely finished Game Studio. I still had this one subject, which was the games and graphic project that I was working on. So I was working on we came to an agreement where on my Wednesdays I would be going to the meetings and finishing that subject off. So yeah.
Oh, okay, I actually didn't realize that. So there you go. It's definitely strong evidence that it's possible.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Cool.
John, you have one last question, which is, what's the end goal with that beard?
I'm just gonna like grow it into it's gonna be my house. That's gonna be where I'm gonna live there. No, yeah, just I don't know yet. It's going a bit crazy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you had a wild beard the first time I met you.
Yeah.
In your first year at the games degree.
Yeah, and so I'm bringing it back.
Yep.
Full circle.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. If I don't see any more questions, Jamie, do you see any various channels? All right, then we'll wrap up there. And yeah, like I said, everyone in the games degree, I really do recommend you consider the Animal Logic Academy. It does kind of give you those skills as almost being a technical artist, where you have the best of both worlds in knowledge in arts and in programming. And those are it's a very challenging skill set to have and to balance. But if you do have it, it is something that all sorts of industries from film and games and simulation and so forth are really looking for. So it is a fantastic opportunity, in my opinion.
Great.
All right.
Thanks for the endorsement, William, and thanks for the time in your busy schedule. So thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you. Yep.
No problem. All right, we're going to take just a 2-minute break while I try and figure out these permissions and make sure that we can go on with the rest of the showcase. So I'll throw up a holding screen and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Kai, are you joining?
It says the host is doing something else right now. Please wait a moment.
What? Question mark.
All right, I'm just going to mute that. Everyone on the YouTube stream, having a little bit of technical difficulties again with the first game. It is a multiplayer game, so we're trying to host it over the network, but we're getting some issues getting it started, as always. Okay, cool. So, are we good to go, playmakers?
Hey, I'm ready.
Yep, hell yeah, good to go.
All right, so everyone, first game up on the list. So, if you haven't noticed, if we haven't actually posted it anywhere, Jamie, is the voting link up on the website?
I can do that now.
Yep. So in the description on the YouTube video, there is a link to vote. So we are doing voting for this showcase, and there are a few other projects up on the website. So if I minimize this for a moment. So on the website, these are the games up the top that we are going to be showing off, starting with Scallywags from the Playmakers dev team, and then a few games from the Game Design Studio 2 group. So you will be voting on all of the games being shown here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's also another voting category for this on-demand content down the bottom. So these projects down the bottom, we're not going to have presentations for. But if you want to check out what's been done in either advanced games programming or introduction to computer game development this semester, you can. And then you'll just have to essentially vote and say which one that you kind of prefer and like. And so we're essentially having 2 prizes, not really prizes. We don't have anything to give away. Things are a little bit hard at the moment in that regard. But just for bragging rights, we are going to have the best showcase game. So which one of these 6 games is going to be the best of the day. And then we are also going to have the best on-demand project that you can vote on. So once you've seen a few things, and especially towards the end of the showcase, please do vote on that link in the YouTube video. And yeah, we can see who the winners of the showcase overall are. And starting us off is, if you haven't heard, the Playmakers Student Society. So the Playmakers Student Society is the kind of game development and interaction design center for the university for the students. So it's an Activate UTS society, and essentially this year is the first time we've tried running what's known as the Playmakers Dev Team, which is essentially a extracurricular project. So there are, I believe, 13 people in the team, plus me and Jamie just supervising and providing our own kind of feedback. But it is mostly a student-driven project that ran from May this year until just a week ago. And we'll be starting up again next year. So we went through a interview process at the start of this year. We'll go through an interview process at the start of next year. And it's essentially just a chance for everyone to, 1, work on a project with a lot more team members and a lot more variety and skills. And 2, build up another project that goes on your portfolio so that you can show off to your future employers with even more games projects. So you're getting all the ones coming out of all your subjects that you're studying, but you're also doing this extracurricular project that ends up being something that's you can be proud of and that you really want to show off and so forth. Okay, so without any further ado, where did my Discord? There we go. Expand that. And okay, whenever you're ready, Playmakers, go for it.
All right. Join up, boys.
I'm a player 2. Oh yeah, I am. Monkey, let's go.
I'll go play 3.
Player 1. Need player 4 already up?
You're good there, player 4?
Player 4 is not good.
Understandable.
Red sus.
100%.
I'm gonna get audio on stream. Is the audio not being shared? Yeah, I'm streaming application.
Yeah, no, there's no audio being shared.
Good.
Player 4, are you in the call?
Screen. Change window.
There may be a
Maybe
button
now.
to.
How's this?
Yep, there we go.
Because
Awesome.
it looks like player 4 is not able to start up. Do you want to restart and just go with 3 players?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Works for me.
This.
It's a shame though. We played with randoms before and they were actually pretty good at the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, player 4 disconnected. That's why.
Ah.
Go.
All right, round 2, let's go.
Round 2, let's go. I'm gonna take player 4's character.
Like go. Alright.
Cool.
Let's go.
So the way this game works is that we have like 9 levels that you just pass through. For now, I guess we'll showcase. Did we agree on 2-2 or 2-0? 2-0.
I think 2-0 is probably the
2-0?
best one to show off. Yeah.
So each of these levels have their unique challenges and mechanics. We're just going to pick one of them to show off, so 2-0. Go with this game is that it's very much like Overcooked, in the sense that it's a party game where you can hit other players, work together to complete objectives. In top right, you can see that there's a treasure icon with a 5 next to it, meaning that there's 5 treasures we need to collect. And there's essentially the fun of the game is just moving around the ship and working together in a team. So I guess we can start playing. I'm going to lower this down. See ya.
Bruh.
Where you wanna be ya?
Who is that?
Oh no.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know which one of you is which.
I'm red.
I've got the gun.
Alright, come in.
Do you have a shovel?
Yeah, I can throw it. Oh,
No,
I
you
missed.
meant to dig it.
So the objective of each of the levels is, you look at the top right corner, there's 5 gold treasures. And the aim is just to find 5 of them in the level. There's also additional smaller treasures, and getting those will increase your score. Basically, highest score will get you a better rating system once you complete the level. So the speed of the ship is controlled through this sail here. The further back you pull the rope, the faster the ship will go. It's currently not moving because the anchor is down, which we've just pulled up. You can also dock the rope, and it'll keep the ship at a consistent speed.
Oh.
We want to stop here. There's some treasures that we only have like 10 seconds to get.
Bro.
Oh, yep. All right, go for
Nah,
it.
it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's over.
Alright.
Well, we'll just keep going. So those treasure chests with timers on top of them, as you might have already guessed, they'll expire after the time period runs out, which means they're no longer collectible, which will affect your end result score. But I think it's still possible to achieve 3 stars out of 3 stars if you get enough treasures.
You want to shoot this one?
Oh, other side.
Oh.
You
Nice
may.
try.
Just run him over.
Gisty, you chimping out.
Chimping. I'm just getting into character, bro. We found a lot of the fun with the mechanics has just been kind of messing around with the boat and seeing how all the different physics objects interact and hitting each other, griefing each other on the team, etc. Kind of that type of party game.
Yeah, it kind of evolved as we like kept developing the game. We had a very different vision at the start. But I think in the end, we're still like really happy with how it turned out, even as different as it was.
So maybe while you're playing through, Aylin, do you want to talk about essentially kind of how this project idea came about?
Oh yeah. Well, I was playing a bit of Overcooked at the time, and to be honest, working in the hospitality industry, just vibing. And there's a lot of fun to be had with kind of making things unnecessarily hard to accomplish. Like the example in Overcooked being the layout of each kitchen is just usually a mess. And the thought was, what if we kind of did that with like a pirate ship and just made it funky to control, and you have to kind of communicate and pal around with your buddies. And then a lot of it actually kind of changed and evolved from the original GDD. Just as we were making it, we found things that we liked, things that we didn't like, and just kind of said, you know, oh yeah, nah, this is fun, this isn't. Let's keep the stuff that is fun.
So for everyone watching, for some background, so the Playmakers dev team is divided up into sub-teams, or it was this year, the team structure that was adopted. So we had program team, art team, audio team, and as a marketing, well, one person for marketing, thank you, Stephen, and a team that was for design and QA and project management. So on the stream at the moment, you've got Aylin, who for most of the project was the lead programmer. You've got Edward, who is one of the lead designers, along with Dale, and Kyle, who was our superstar project manager, who essentially kept thorough documentation on absolutely everything that happened within the team, and made a lot of extra things possible in terms of workflow and DevOps and so forth. There we go. A little stutter in the stream. Looks good. So I know the team had some pretty large scope at the start. So what was the process for working through what was in scope and what should be cut out?
I think one of the big ones. Oh no, Dale.
I think I can probably talk about cutting out scope here.
Dale is the expert in this. He really kind of saved us.
Yeah. So the initial idea for this game event pretty much started when we split up into small groups to do basically little 1 week game jams in little 4-person teams to begin with. And we had like a brainstorming session in that, and one of the ideas was like a pirate, like a ship racing style game. So I guess the initial idea for all of this at the start was to have multiple teams of say 4 people, each with their own ship trying to get to the treasure first. And so the idea for that was to be to have online for this as well.
Yep.
And the stream just looked really up there for a second. So we started looking at online. So to begin with, I started looking into Photon to see if we could get that working, and no one in the team had really done any online networking at that stage. So I had to look at it, and then after about a week, very quickly came to the realization that it was much too much to do effectively considering how much we wanted to do. I think if we had someone skilled at it, we could have gone for it. So pretty much removed that, was like, let's get the local multiplayer working and polished, and the core focus to move along. We also had some other ideas. We wanted to have like a scurvy system where basically your character would get like impaired, and you would need to eat like oranges and stuff to keep your vitamin C content up, so you could keep your movement speed up. But we eventually came to the realization that like having negative impacts, like I guess this isn't really a survival game, so having survival mechanics would take away a lot of the focus of what we found to be the most fun, which was basically playing around with the physics system with the ship and player-on-player interactivity and creativity being the core focuses that we moved everything towards.
Very nice. And was there one issue through the development that really stuck out? That was something that really hard to overcome?
One issue.
I feel like there was probably a lot of issues, and from different parts of the team as well. But
yeah, one particular issue.
I mean, a big one, at least for the programming team, is we needed, I think, to be able to evaluate when we needed extra support earlier on. Like, we kind of hit a point halfway through where we realized all we were really doing was, like, chasing deliverables. We weren't actually polishing and making something fun. But because, you know, we wanted to tough it out and be like, no, we can do this, we can do this. We didn't ask for a couple of extra team members until a little further down the line. And I think in hindsight, if from the start we'd just gone, we probably need, you know, 1 or 2 extra people programming, would have been a lot smoother.
just looking to see who's in the chat. So, Lath, I know you're in the showcase chat. If you have your microphone on,
Yeah,
you kind of crossed across a few teams. You were in the arts team at the start, and you were doing some shader stuff, and then you ended up in the programming team. I suppose, what was your experience? What things were you finding challenging?
I think mainly with the shader stuff was finding resources to learn how shaders work from having zero knowledge. It was really hard to figure out what my like deliverables were early on, which then impacted my like productivity towards shaders, etc. So once I finished up on that water shader, or as much as I could do with my skill level until we got J2, really polished it up and look a lot better. Jumping over to the programming team was very good for like giving me more tasks so I knew what to do and expand my skill set a bit more. But then the big challenge of that was learning the existing architecture that we have had in place without having looked at it beforehand. So trying to learn that on the fly or in the like few weeks that I had to get into it was a bit more challenging. But luckily I was given more like minor tasks that weren't really too impactful gameplay and polish. So it was an experience. It was a good experience. But yeah, I think jumping between teams was a very useful endeavor, honestly.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
I just noticed, are you guys selecting another level, or we have like another minute or
Depends
two?
how much time we have.
Just another 2 minutes. I just wanted to, maybe last question, Eddie, if you have your microphone on. So Eddie designed and made a lot of the most of the character animation. So I suppose, what was your design process? How did you kind of work through creating the characters and then building out the animations for them?
Well, a lot of the designs actually originated from one of the prototypes we made. I made the character for that prototype, and so I just kind of stuck with the same design. If you look at him, you can see he doesn't have any eyes. That's because he didn't have any eyes in the original game we made, and I thought that was a neat design choice, so I just stuck with it. But I guess the main process was just drawing reference images and then modeling it in Blender, and then
Thank you, Ed.
I had a lot of issue with rigging at first. I think 3D was a big issue at first for a lot of the team because we weren't that experienced with it, so it was a big learning experience. But I got better at it as time went on, and yeah, so I rigged all the characters and then animated them all and modeled them all. And the monkey and skeleton designs I took them from other people in the team. I think Tracy designed the monkey and skeleton.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Yep. So yeah, Tracy is was the arts team lead for the project. So was it hard to kind of get a standardized art style across the team, across the various artists?
Yeah, we talked about the art style a lot. Initially, it was going to be like a kind of low-res pixelated looking thing, and we also talked about toon shaders. But probably due to our lack of experience a bit, we kind of stayed away from trying to too heavily stylize it all. I only really did the characters, so I think maybe a difference in style between the characters and the environments isn't too jarring, but I think it works how it is currently anyway.
Awesome.
We went for a low poly look with the environments, definitely.
Fantastic. Cool. All right. Well, in the interest of time, I think we might need to move on to the next game. So thank you, Playmakers. And yeah, again, everyone, voting link is up on the website. It's also on the YouTube description. So make sure that you do go in. I'm not saying vote for that straight away. Just when you are considering these games and looking through them, make sure that you do think about which one you want to vote for. The next game up is that one samurai game, which I feel like is a few people. Aylin, is that your?
That's the one.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone watching this game is from Game Design Studio 2, which is the final year, final semester subject for the students in the Bachelor in Science in Games Development. And I had the pleasure to work with all these guys.
Nice.
It was a pleasure working with you, Jamie.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been
You reckon
waiting.
it's better to just... Oh, sorry.
So,
Go
I was
on.
going to say, I've been waiting to see this game because Jamie's shown me like photos of it, but I haven't actually seen it in action. So I'm looking forward to this.
You don't have any sound currently.
Yeah, no sound right now.
Oh, bruh. I'm sharing the application.
Actually,
no, there it is. Never mind.
There is. I think, sorry,
Okay.
it was just very, very quiet on my side.
All good. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep, I can see
Good
it.
to go? Cool.
Yep.
Just to give you guys a bit of background, in Game Design Studio 2, our students get to work with music and sound design students from a different faculty. And effectively what that means is each team has a dedicated group of sound designers and composers that help with this sound effects and the music for the games. And yeah, is there anything else you guys want to add to that?
Just shout out to Giuseppe and Migio for the amazing sound design they did. They really brought it home with this project.
Just something to comment as someone who's been watching these guys develop this game. It has improved and progressed in such a way that honestly just was kind of amazing to just watch it happen. Going from placeholder models to seeing it modeled to seeing the combat and how the level just progressed and things like that. It just really was an incredible thing to watch and see how it went, and yeah.
Oh, thanks, homie.
Very flattering to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's
I think I can say that about a lot of the games that will be showcased today, but I think this one definitely earns some very special praise for what it's created. It's very cinematic and very beautiful.
So
Very kind words.
The visual style is very unique. How did you kind of settle on that as you're going through? And did it look like total garbage a few iterations ago?
Well, it was very iterative, and it's initially like we had in mind of something that's a little bit stylized, very sharp. But when working with like sometimes the models and really iterating with what we had, I ended up using models that were like a cross between a little bit stylized but also partly realistic, and so and after that eventually we just went on with that type of design.
Awesome.
So
is it
just to explain what we're actually doing, a big part of the core game loop is that when you die, you can just kind of freely rewind time to a point of your choosing. And this kind of allows you to correct mistakes and predict what's going on. We wanted to do kind of an alternate take to a traditional, health or checkpoint system.
So is that kind of similar to the kind of Prince of Persia style time mechanic?
Yes, kind of like that, but you have more precise control. Rather than it taking you to the same point every time, I can just pause it, scrub back and forward to exactly where I want, and then jump back in.
How far back can you scrub?
10 seconds.
Okay.
It stores.
How did you
that also kind of works as a sort of pseudo health mechanic. Every time I die, I can't go back as far, and eventually I'll hit a point where I can't go back at all, and then that's the true game over.
Okay, so every time you die, you kind of lose a little bit off that clock.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you can get some back.
Oh, that is true, by doing a finisher. Let me do one of those for you. Every time you do one of these like kill move things, you get 2 seconds back.
So how did you decide on the 10 seconds at first? Did it take a few rounds to figure out a value, or just straight out of the gate it seemed to work well?
I think it was just a straight out of the gate thing. We're just like, 10 seconds makes sense, and then if you divide it by 2, you get technically 5 lives, essentially. And we just never really encountered any problems with it, or any problems we did encounter were pretty easy to work through and make.
Ooh. So with all the animations going on in there, is one of you a really good animator, like the kill animations and stuff, or were you using Mixamo?
Yep, they're pretty much all done through Mixamo, and we've merged a lot of them using blend trees, and those kill moves are just done with timeline. So a lot of it was just learning new Unity tools and how to apply them in really productive ways so that we could save time and not having to animate all this ourselves.
At the beginning, though, we were messing around with using the Xbox Kinect to record mocap footage, but it just ended up being, because we only had a single Kinect, it was missing a lot of data from like certain angles, so it wouldn't like when things went in front of each other, so that would just throw off the animation. And then we just basically decided it was too much work to try and clean it up and make nice looking animations using a single Kinect.
So if you had multiple Kinects, do you think it would have worked out better?
Yes, usually they say to use between 2 and 4 for like nice mocap, but there's still apparently quite a bit of cleanup you need to do. I think 2 is mainly the minimum if you want to record proper 3D motion capture.
Just a little note on that. I tried that process in the past, and it gets a little messy when you have 2 Kinects sending infrared frequencies at the same time with the same wave, like the same thing. So yeah, something to keep in mind for future projects.
And for context, this is using a third-party software called IPI Soft.
Yes.
Hang on, I'm going to go back just to show the checkpoints. It's just caching my progress as well.
Showcase exclusive. Take note of this.
Ooh, fancy.
Alright, there's a little secret area that I just want to show off because Jaden put a lot of hard work into it.
It's always good to have this secret area that people won't find be there. Someone put a lot of hard work into it.
That's the way, little Easter eggs. Now this is if I can actually kill all these guys and get to that ring. And you can see the next part of it, but this is a bit of a difficulty spike.
Yeah, I still can't do this area, man.
Difficulty was actually a pretty hard thing to balance as we were going along, because we wanted it to be hard, but we also wanted our feedback to be sort of 50-50 on too hard, too easy as well. Because it looks better when you're on your sprint report, being like, people like the difficulty of our game. In the end, I'm pretty content with the difficulty, and the boss is super duper hard, but I think that's kind of exactly what we want. Oh, did I just... I'm not sure if I was supposed to spoil that necessarily, but there is a boss at the end of the game.
Surprise!
There's a lot of fun to fight.
I can jump ahead and show them off if we're running out of time.
Get the
Got about 5
but
minutes.
this bit is really hard. Soul crushingly difficult. If we've got 5 minutes, I might jump ahead to the village then.
But the secret.
I know.
You didn't put the
Well,
teleport
if
in, did you?
people want to see it, they're gonna have to do the secret for themselves.
Download and play the game, guys.
So this is right afterwards. You come down here, and then we have this gorgeously done village area by Jaden and Kyle.
So one of the questions in the chat: can you just run past the enemies?
You can, but a lot of the time this will end up with a whole pack of them chasing you. And it means if you ever want to, see if I just run in here and aggro every single one of them, I now have to either fight all of them or commit to just running through the entire game and not really fighting them. We had a bit of debate about whether or not we wanted to leave that in or have like a kind of Dark Souls fog gate kind of thing. But we decided just because it's a small scale project, we want people to be able to run ahead and see parts of the game that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get to if they got stuck on like a difficulty spike, that bridge for example. So yeah, we left it in at the end.
Just to build on something Kyle said before about you want your sprint report to look nice. I don't know how Jamie's sprint reports are, but for everyone else, if you're doing our subjects and you're working through a design and asking you to do playtests, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to say that your game's working perfectly well. We often want to see that you are aware of the issues and the limitations that are currently present, and you have a plan for how you're going to work through them. Even if that plan in itself doesn't end up working the next sprint, you build another plan, you work again.
Very true.
I think that did come up a couple times during development and things like that. Just, yeah, things didn't go as planned as this time, and next time we'll try our best. And of course, I feel like a couple of the groups fell behind a little bit due to impediments, and we just pushed along. And of course, we weren't about to just hide them away. It shows how we deal with things like that.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, sorry, go for it.
No, go. I was just going to say, Aelin, you should show off the boss just real quick.
Yes, I realize I've made a mistake aggroing every single guy in this village, and I'm kind of stopped. It's alright. I'll just leg it.
I will say this, unfortunately, because of the art style, I feel like the encoding has kind of died a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's coming through on Aelin's stream a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully the color palette will stand out enough.
It does. I'm watching both the live stream and the Discord stream, and the color palette definitely shows through quite well.
As a little pro tip, I've got my YouTube stream in a very small window. If you make your YouTube video very small, you can actually get a lot more clarity out of the stream at the moment.
Yes. Just one thing to mention, like, it does look pretty bad with the encoding going to, well, crap. But if you do want to see what this game actually looks like, we have a link to the showcase website, and you can find all the games there if you want to tune into it.
Yep.
Yeah, play it for yourself.
Yeah.
Play it for yourself.
Find that secret.
Try your best and see how you go. Can you beat it?
Yep. So yeah, on that note, a lot of the games on the showcase website, if you click on the image of the game, will take you to their itch.io page, and you can download them and play them. Some of the other projects down below don't have a playable game, especially in advanced games programming, but they do have a video, and in that subject there were a lot of technical videos that people made to really talk about how they did individual techniques in AI and procedural content generation and multiplayer. So you can get a lot of knowledge and information out of those videos, and they were the best, some of the best projects of the semester.
Hell yeah.
All right. Very nice.
We're happy to wrap it up there then. Keep the rest of the boss as a surprise for you guys if you want to play it.
Yep. Awesome. Well done. Okay. And yeah, if you... who do we have up next? We have a rainy day. So, do we have a rainy day group rep here?
Should do.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
William, will you be playing this game?
I can, if you would like me to.
Yeah, go for it.
If it ran properly. Okay.
Oh, you got a copy. Nice.
Yes, I prepared.
Yes, he is prepared.
So just for everyone on Discord, I'm just going to leave it on the YouTube stream. So jump over there and watch it there, just so I don't split the stream into separate directions.
Hopefully the sound is coming through. Just
Turn up my volume a bit. Yep, it's coming through for me. Is it coming through everyone else? It's like it's on the stream.
it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, am I going controller or mouse and keyboard?
Mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
All you need is your mouse, essentially.
Okay. Chapter select.
Yep.
Chapter 1.
Yeah, go for it. I should just leave it to you to find out how to play yourself.
Okay.
Some things on the game. So, like, I guess the question that should be asked is why a puzzle game?
We initially came into this game, into the subject quite different from other teams in the sense that we just wanted to make something comfy and less sort of game-like. We wanted to make something more like appealing cinematically and appearance-wise than actually having all the typical game mechanics like health, shooting and action, sort of like that. And we just wanted to see where we could go in terms of creating like a comfy style game as opposed to the action ones that you typically find in these sort of student subjects.
Just on a separate note, I can see that the bottom of the YouTube stream is a little cut out by a black bar or something.
Yep. That's because by default that's showing my Windows bar at the bottom, so I've cut it off a little bit. So there, for the YouTube stream, there is a timeline bar at the bottom that's progressing along, just under the play button and so forth.
Yeah, so that's just like showing where in the song that's playing its progress. And so basically the idea is that the control system you've got is like a music player. So it's got a little progress bar through it as the song goes through and loops back around.
Okay. So what is my objective?
So your objective is to get from the first red gate to the other red gate. If you press play right now, for example, you'll spawn a crowd AI.
Right.
And they'll try to follow a path through the red gate.
Nice. Okay, cool. Got it. I think the only thing I was struggling with was what the play button was doing. I figured it was matching the red gate to the red gate.
Just some questions that are popping up in the YouTube chat. No, we get to decide basically everything about our game, whether it's 2D, whether it's a puzzle game, what its genre is, how the game plays. We're not really given any prompts or anything. We're just expected to come up with something on our own, just try to figure out how we want to present our game and figure out what's going on from there.
Yeah, on that note, our team didn't really have much in the way of artist skill, so we went for like a voxel 3D approach because you're able to get a lot more out of that without being quite as dependent on your drawing capabilities.
Yeah, so essentially everything in this game is built from scratch. The buildings were made through magic of voxel. Jordan made the shaders. Sounds were done by the sound students, and also they all sourced some free sound effects as well to use.
if Will remembers the sound effect pack all the way from the UTS Game Jam in like 2018.
What about it?
Some of those were used in this.
Oh,
I still
okay.
have that pack. Which I also found out is the same audio that the game Among Us uses, that same audio as well.
Okay.
And to get a better look at the puzzle, you can also right click and rotate around the diorama. So you can see the roads on it.
That was a feature that didn't come in until I think the fourth. I think it was very different before that. Definitely a highly requested feature though, so not surprised that it made it in.
So guys, can you tell us about the collaboration with the music and sound design students?
For this project, yeah, so we essentially just created a GDD in the start of the subject, going over the sort of sound assets we wanted, just roughly what sounds we expected to see in the game. But that was sort of rough in the sense that we're not sound students ourselves, so we don't have the expertise in deciding what sort of sounds we need or how best to execute them. And a lot of extra detail in terms of deciding what assets need to be made and how to execute the sound design really came once we met up with the sound students. We had a couple meetings with them deciding how best, like our vision for the game, and then we sort of just asked for their sort of what they wanted to do in terms of sound, and we sort of just went on from there. A lot of iteration back and forth between sound students and game students. We'll just hear some sort of like listen to what they created for us, see if it's appropriate, if it works or not, and just went on from there.
Sounds cool. So can you guys say that the music and sound design guys sort of influenced the design at some point?
In terms of our group, I would say that they had they themselves didn't have too much influence over the game design. At least they didn't suggest anything. It was quite a simple design, but they did have a lot of control in terms of like sound assets and how to sort of best convey game mechanics. For example, once you click on a building, you would hear like a certain sound that wasn't in there initially. That was an idea that was brought up later, which sort of adds a lot to clarifying what you can do in the game and what you can't do.
I definitely think that the music and the sounds definitely add to the process of making games and things like that. Like we could have gone this entire game making process without any sounds whatsoever, and we would have probably made some pretty decent games. But the sounds themselves added on top of that just gives the games a more professional, a more resolving sound. They make them seem a lot more professional, a lot more complete, a lot less temporary, if you will.
Yeah, and I guess we decided to go with a puzzle game partially for this because from the start we were thinking if we can make a game for PC and also have a mobile port for it as well is a extra goal we want to have for this sometime soon. So we decided to keep the controls be entirely mouse-based, so then it's easily transferable to touchscreen controls as well. So we're currently in the middle of looking at moving it over to like Android and just putting it onto the App Store there as well. For free would be the goal. And probably not for iOS because my understanding is you need to pay to even just put things on there. So.
Well, if I recall correctly, you have to pay to be able to put it on the App Store, on the Android App Store, but it is less. In that, if I recall correctly, you have to pay just to be able to get the dev kit.
I see people bagging me out on their YouTube chat for not being able to solve it.
You're doing fairly well for a first-time player of this game, honestly.
I'll have you know, it's very hard to multitask a stream as well as trying to solve
Yeah,
this.
so with the like with the puzzle design, basically all the levels in the game were made by myself and Edward, where we basically worked together for the first 2 chapters, so the first 12 levels, and then I basically made all the designs for the 3rd levels and put together all the mechanics and stuff. Yeah, so basically our process with designing the puzzles was trying to teach the player a new mechanic for each level as they progress, and the text dialogue also shows, like, gives you hints on to, it has story progression of the interaction of the main character with their father and stuff as it goes along, but also gives you a hint as to what to do in this chapter as well, at least in the level.
Okay, then I probably should have been reading a bit more on those dialogues to figure out what I was doing.
Yeah, so for example, this one introduces you to multi-level buildings. So now there's stairs and the like to go up. And the level complexity gets increasingly higher as you progress, especially in this chapter.
So what was the inspiration for the dialogue? Like
I believe
that dialogue at the end that seemed to have some connotations of...
It was mainly to play around with the trying to use game mechanics as a sort of narrative, like incorporating game mechanics as a part of the narrative. So in this case, just I guess just giving a rough overview of the story, you're essentially this girl who's trying to reconnect with her father, and what's happening here is that you're sort of reconstructing these elements, these like atmospheres where these memories had actually occurred. And so you're just reconstructing the past, sort of coming to terms with what has happened in her life. And I guess since no one's going to finish, or actually are we assuming that people are going to finish the game, Dale? Because your last level is insane.
I want to leave that as a challenge requirement for people.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Will, there are nice bright blue things around. Maybe you should click on them.
Yeah.
It took me a while.
I was trying to figure out how I'm supposed to align the blue things to each other.
I think that was tutorialized in an earlier level, but unfortunately...
Yeah, I skipped them.
Wait, Will, when did you get this version?
This morning? Or last night, maybe? Is there something missing?
Yeah, the blue buttons aren't doing what they should be doing. Still.
Yeah,
I fixed that.
guys about that. Kind of
I'm mad.
It's alright, homies. It's his extra playtest feedback.
Yeah. This is
sorry,
sprint.
Hermit.
Sprint
I
N
fixed
plus
it for
1.
you. I don't know why it didn't do it.
I kind of noticed that last week, but I wasn't sure if it was just me not doing the right thing.
It's always hard teaching these subjects. It's like we tell you to balance the challenge really well for your target audience, but we're not your target audience and we suck at games. So.
No, we're back to I don't know if you guys know this, but there was a game a couple years ago that they put different levels, like different challenges into the game. So there was a easy level, medium level, hard level, and there was a Jamie level. That was like 10 times easier than easy. It was one of those bullet hell games, and my reaction time is not fantastic anymore.
So in these levels, you need to pass you need to get the crowds through the black gates before you can reach the goal.
Right.
So you just need to think from the perspective of the crowds always take the shortest route. And by the way, it was Jordan who worked on the crowds. He also did some work on them in Advanced Games Programming, the project which you can also find in the showcase website. towards the bottom. Very close
My,
to get that crowd
my
down.
subjects align pretty well this semester, so I
Yeah.
got to work on crowds.
I did think I saw these little guys. I was like, oh, this looks familiar.
Yeah, yeah.
Two different engines though.
Mm-hmm.
And another interesting aspect is that so Ollie also set up the foundational part, but I utilized it a lot, was that this entire game is based around service locators as the design pattern as well, so it's almost entirely event driven. So using like a manager, sort of a parent singleton that contains all of the managers that start up at runtime, and then we just use like events to communicate between everything. And we found that it really cleaned up and helped with finding a lot of the bugs and stuff very quickly and very early on. Except for Chapter 3, Part 2. That one I have fixed. I have fixed that issue. I don't know why it's not in this version though.
That could have just been Unity forgetting to save something when you built it. I know that becomes a bit of a problem sometimes.
All right. Was there anything in particular you wanted me to show off, jump to?
I mean, I guess the most interesting level's the last one, but you'd have to get through the 5, 4, and 3, 2 stopping you.
So what were those blue things supposed to do?
So when you click those, there's like extendable ramps that come out of some of the buildings and that to vary the pathing that you can choose, and you can also click on those during runtime, whereas normally you can't actually move any tiles while the crowd is moving.
Okay.
So only the blue ones allow you to do stuff while they are moving around.
Yeah, and that was another cool thing about actually using crowds as the way of like going to the objective, was that since you had these like interactable objects you could edit in real time, there were some people who chose a solution that was like sort of predefined. It worked as soon as you just press play by editing these interactable objects, and there were some who took a more creative approach and sort of figured out like, oh, if I move a character there and then adjust the ramp in real time, it will change their pathing to a different sort of route that you would have otherwise gotten. And I think that was a pretty cool sort of phenomenon that happens when people play the game.
And I just created the solution where they just go straight to the...
Yep.
That's very cool. There's a very good... I think everyone's saying it in the chat, and I agree. It's the audio matches the visuals very well, and the theme, the narrative, it all comes together in one cohesive piece. So it's very nice.
Yeah, so surprisingly, if you see on the website, is the image of our game displayed there. That was a sketch that was done at the start of the semester, and surprisingly took the concept art actually looked really close to the final product.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting to see that progression being made. It's like you had a goal in mind, and it finally gets to that, and you're like, yeah, I think we did a good job here.
Very nice. So are these the earlier sketches you've got?
Yeah, the one that you
the
just clicked on
block levels.
displayed. Yeah, the one that was on the website displayed. That was like one of the first ones.
So those are screenshots from earlier sprints.
Yeah.
Of the game. So that was like, yeah, so I think there's 3 pictures basically from each sprint. I don't know where basically the placeholder image we've got for this entry, that is the original sketch.
Yeah, back on the showcase website, that was the original sketch.
Oh, right. That one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we were the group that did Ozymandias last semester, and what the problem with that one is that we basically didn't have a functioning game until like a couple sprints in, and so we took a different approach this semester, and we just made a game that already functioned in sprint 1.
Very nice. That's good. That's learning from your mistakes.
Yeah, it felt a lot better actually having a game.
Yeah, and one other neat thing is that I made it that as you play through each level in a chapter, there's additional instruments are added as you progress through each level to the music as well. So by the time you get to the 6th part of that chapter, you have all the tracks playing for that song.
Very nice. And then when you start the next chapter, it resets again, is it?
Well, each chapter has its own song.
Ah, right. Very cool. What inspired
So that
doing
was-
that?
So I mean, I've always had a bit of an interest with dynamic music, but I guess the most direct influence was in the audio game jam. We did a very similar thing with Cadence, where each part of the objectives you get added a new instrumental track. So I already had a pretty good idea of how to go about it. So it was just about communicating it with the music students to create songs that had 6 different stems in which we could piece together in Unity to play at the same time.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. We should probably wrap up to the next one. And a reminder, everyone, please do vote. There's a lot of really good games here. It's going to be a really tough one to choose, I think. So yeah, please do jump on and vote. Dwellers is up next. We have Dwellers represents.
That's us.
Okay.
By the way, I won't be voting because I love you guys equally.
As expected of Jamie.
Of course. And
Honestly,
as I said before, loving each other equally is the
Yeah.
same as not loving any of us.
The same amount to every single one of you.
He's a proud
I
papa.
think I want to say one thing that Jamie definitely made both Game Studio 1 and Game Studio 2 quite a lot of fun, and I think just watching him play our games and getting feedback on how things go is just a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys.
Hail, Jamie.
Cool. Thank you, guys. That's really cool. Thank you.
Right, should I just start sharing?
Yeah,
screen?
if you have a stream, I can jump on and watch yours.
Sweet.
I think we could
Unless
really get
since it's a horror game, does anyone want to try it out? See if they can get a couple of reactions in.
Please let Jamie play.
This is so much fun. I mean, not playing it. Like
Go,
when you
Will,
play it,
go.
you get
Me?
the heebie-jeebies, but
Okay.
Yeah, William, why not
William,
play it?
Go ahead then.
watching someone freak out, it's so much fun.
Have I ever told you that I don't watch horror movies? I don't like horror games. So I'm already sweating just
This
because you
should be
said
fun
that.
then.
Yeah.
Same, but that's why
Where's-
you play it.
Where's my?
So for those watching from home, it'll look a bit dark. It looks a lot better when you play it. So yeah, probably you need to change the contrast settings of your screen a little bit.
Let's see how it goes when you get into the game.
Wanted a reaction thing.
There we go. Yes, this is gonna be fun.
Oh, webcam.
Okay.
Can you make sure to turn sound to maximum?
I probably won't be able to
entering
hear.
proper streamer mode.
Yeah.
Change sound in settings.
Yeah, you can also adjust the sound and settings. That's what I'm
alright.
saying.
Okay.
Spear.
Oh, that just hit my. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't prepared for this, so.
Yeah. Seeing all these stories about El Chupacabra I told you about. Well, it's gonna get real now.
Right,
Let's see.
So we got to
Sorry.
go work.
Give me 2 seconds to see if I can. No. Okay. It's not gonna work. You're not getting my video reaction, unfortunately. Didn't have that planned. Okay.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Let's just see if you can hear me scream instead.
If you don't, we'll scream for you.
Okay. Just insert appropriate screams. Okay. So random dweller, select dweller.
I'll go random first.
Okay.
Pick the baby.
No.
Oh, it's random. You don't know what you're gonna get. Alright. You can view the control menus by pressing escape as well. The F for flashlight, sprint, crouch. The horror game. Goal is to collect all the notes and escape the mansion afterwards.
Did you hear that?
It's actually I used to play a lot of Tomb Raider back in the early days in the PS1. It reminds me a lot of that style of graphics. It's really cool. It's very nostalgic.
It was very interesting seeing this sort of graphic style being made. You know, just like, huh. Well, this is not something you normally see in games and things like that. But hey, it's here.
We literally just did it to save development time on modeling.
Hey, it works, sir.
Kind of both, though.
I still haven't finished marking.
Yeah, it definitely gives off a very PS1 sort of early 3D game vibe, just with how it looks, and yeah, it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that was exactly the plan.
Well,
Because this is our first time making a 3D game, we decided to go for an easy art style, so that if it looks bad, hey, that's our excuse. So it was intentional.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think you should undersell it though. It really works as a thematic choice. It works well. It looks good, and there's like plenty of props in here and weird art from Seinfeld.
There's a noise getting louder. You should maybe move.
I think I keep looking in the wrong direction just as something comes for me. So
yeah,
you're missing the horror part of it. Whoa!
Oh, there he is. Oh, good try.
Let's turn down the audio. Yeah.
Pick the baby, pick the baby.
Maybe it's become a fan favorite among you.
Yeah, kind of hate that baby, but I think it's one of the best, really. Someone on the chat was just saying, imagine this in VR.
Oh no.
My.
Oh,
That's
the bug in
right.
there.
Oh no.
Oh no, did two dwellers spawn? Oh great. Now, did you want to go over what some of the dwellers do? Because each of them do have different AI and they work completely differently.
Yeah, each of the dwellers have different AI and different gameplay mechanics. So the baby is supposed to get faster the more you look at him. So you're just supposed to run blindly and hopefully you're losing him. If you check, then bad things happen. So that lack of information and fear makes it fun.
Guy, why still following me?
So has two dwellers spawned, or is it just the one right now?
I think either this is an older version or there's still a bug in the game where if you pick any other dweller, it'll still go back to that dweller. Let me double check on the version I've installed.
Is there a pro strat for getting away from this guy, or he's just going to keep following you?
Sprint.
Run to your heart's content.
This guy is the simplest one. He just follows you. So then he goes out. So
well, don't make me feel bad saying it's the easiest one.
Well, I don't think it's
he's not the
necessarily
easiest. He's just simple, most straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think the other ones aren't working. Forgot to turn off the debug mode.
Ah dear. Isn't that great when you're just trying to get it out and forgot to turn the debug off?
Do you have the latest version on your computer? Do you want to share a screen?
Might be worth a try, right? Especially to show off how each of the other dwellers mess around and things like that.
It's a few seconds. We'll get that ready.
Just for those that are not in the Discord, as I assume most of the people watching the live stream are, The rainy day itch version, it seems to be up to date, and 3.2 is working, according to Dale Grant.
All right. Does anyone have the updated version that they want to share, or?
I've got it on the way.
Well, while we're having some technical difficulties, what were the sort of things you were thinking about when you were deciding, like, why a horror game? Like, why make the game the way you have? Like, we've heard about why you decided with this sort of art style, but like, why make a horror game in the first place?
The reason for why we made horror game was pretty simple. We just decided to make something that we enjoyed. All of us seem to enjoy horror games for some reason. We're not very good at them, but we enjoy them. So it would give us more motivation to work on it, but to stay active throughout the whole process. So we did that.
Yeah, and
As for the whole,
really smooth.
Yeah.
We just kept motivated, and like even when I had other assignments to do, I'd rather be doing this. I got a lot more work on it done.
I think with a lot of us, I think that's what ended up happening. Is like we would just end up making more progress on our games, and just like while we all had assignments that we had to do, it's like I know myself in particular, I definitely spent a lot more time working on my game than I probably should have on my other assignments, but they weren't done.
How was your experience working with the audio students, considering that in this game, like, the audio plays a really big part in terms of the fear, the heartbeat going on, the shrieks, and just the general music?
They were very cooperative. Yeah. We just requested what kind of ideas we wanted for the dwellers, and they just decided what would fit.
Yeah. The way we set it up is because we didn't have much time to meet up over voice chat, is that we set up a Google Drive, and yeah, we left it up to their creative freedom on how they want to incorporate the sounds. But for like some more specific parts, like opening doors and whatnot, it's like, oh, can we get that in? And we just communicated that through text chat. That went really smooth. Ended up with all the sounds fitting in really well.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing to think about. It's like you don't always need to have like a in-person sprint meeting or talk about like your development process while in a voice chat. Sometimes just talking in text chat while you're just working on it, it helps a lot. And it definitely gets things done.
I'm streaming the fixed version. Sorry about that mistake.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, baby first, right?
Yep.
This is going to be real creepy because the Discord compression is.
Oh yeah. Well, this
very low.
tends to happen. Oh wow, I guess that's the filter for you. Unfortunately, I feel like that's going to negatively impact it. Is there a way to turn the filter off?
Not removing it, I don't think, from the Unity engine.
It's side. It adds to the vibes.
It also makes it extremely hard to see on the.
Yeah, that's a lot creepier.
Found footage. There we go. We'll toss that as an excuse.
Unfortunately, that is the problem with restreaming a stream. It does tend to tank the quality. So again, I'll say if you guys want to check out these games, they are linked in the video description on YouTube, and they are found on the Games Showcase website. They're definitely a lot more visually appealing in your own computers, as is the nature of most games when they're being restreamed. So have a check them out and see how you go. I guess I should ask, is there anything that you get for getting all the notes?
Every time you unlock a new note, there's a new lore available. Here. Anyway.
Yeah.
To get all 13 pieces of lore, you have to raise the difficulty. It's a fun challenge for you.
Yep. All lore members or dwellers interconnect with each other. So sometimes you'd have to go to another dweller to find out information on one of the other dwellers. It's sort of something that I had fun designing. So more incentive to give. If you're interested in lore, more incentive to go into other dwellers.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about this game in particular is how fleshed out the map was in the early development.
Yeah.
Like, you guys, I think, nailed on the art pretty early, so it was very... So I noticed that you guys started to work more on the gameplay and things like that, more as things went on. So I think like, it's very easy to have like all your art done and then just go nuts with programming. And so, you know, have a professional looking game while you're making mistakes and fixing bugs. That's always fun.
Yeah, our development went rather smoothly. We pretty much the first 2 sprints, I think, we pretty much focused on nailing the core systems down and getting the mansion all set up, like getting the scale to size, so that everything looks big but not tedious to navigate. The mansion size applies to that as well. And then from then on, it's just polishing, implementing the sound, making everything look nice and feel good to play against. And yeah.
Trying my hardest not to scream and interrupt your sentence.
So it's fun when the developer's scared of their own game.
Just had quickly a question in the chat that said, are we allowed to vote for our own games? Yes, you can, because there's no way for us to police that. Shouldn't So by all means, you are allowed to vote for your own.
It would be best if you didn't.
Yeah,
but...
it would be best. If you really liked another game, you really think it should win, then be honest and vote for that, because it will increase their chances of winning the showcase.
I love you all guys in the same amount.
I'm very interested to see who wins because there are a lot of really good contenders. Like definitely the Samurai game and Dwellers and even Piblets. They've all got their own. I honestly wouldn't be able to vote for my own game because I'm
Austin, check the mirror.
Yeah, show off them shaders.
Nice face. That is.
That's the scariest part of the game so far.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much. We should probably move along to the next game. But yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks, guys.
That stream.
Thanks.
Yep. William, I'd like it if you were to try and play the game. It would be very counterproductive if I played my own game. I kind of know the game solution, and it's kind of short and be nicer if you could. I'm going to try my best not to help you along. The game should self-tutorialize, and it looks like you are running the latest version, which is very good. It means you will have the best experience, hopefully. Here's hoping. There's a lot of settings that you can mess around with. It will automatically go to the largest setting. You can change the resolution and stuff like that in the settings menu, and I would highly recommend you do so. Unfortunately, that is the nature of making a game in Unity and messing around with settings and stuff like that. So if you go to the video tab, you can select your resolution there. You can also just,
every resolution under the sun.
Yeah, you can also just full screen the window as well.
640 by 480. That's fun.
Yeah.
It's like retro gaming.
Hopefully the sound's coming through.
Oh, that's fine.
Yep. But unfortunately, there's no clear way to get your Windows resolution.
Okay.
So you just gotta hope for the best.
Why are we down here anyway?
Because of the treasure dummy.
And the last 5 dead-end caves. with
So
nothing
just
in
some
them.
things like we had
How is this
our
one different?
we had our lovely
It just is, Mackie.
unfortunately our group was one of the
can
smallest,
feel it.
only 3 of us, including our lovely audio worker, who I am unfortunately forgetting the name of right now, which is very sad because they did an
Derek?
excellent job. Yeah, Derek.
Derek.
Yes, thank you. And Derek did an amazing job getting us all the sounds and music and things like that, and just having really good communication with him. Unfortunately, like with just 2 programmers and stuff like that, the game is not as fleshed out as it would have liked to be, but that's what happens. Unfortunately, that happens to, I assume, every year, is one group just doesn't have the team that everyone else does, and you just gotta work and adapt to it, figure things out on your own. And yeah, I think it honestly worked well despite all that. So yeah. Hopefully you can figure out how to get through this game.
So Erin, can you tell us about the voice acting for the game?
Yeah, so
few games with that feature.
Yeah, Derek, a music guy, also decided, hey, what if we had voice acting? So he recruited 2 of his friends, and they went and voiced 4 of the conversations that pop up in the game, and they're very good, and it's honestly, it was a lot of fun trying to hook up the conversation system and the voice system just so that they would work properly together. Yeah. So figuring out the controls of this game, I did try to make the controls as obvious as possible, but unfortunately, it's not everyone can figure out everything as well. So having a little trigger that happens after a minute of sitting around in the starting room to try and push people was the goal. There we go.
So what was the inspiration for you guys to go with this Tinkerbell kind of thingy to assist the main character?
I'm not really sure where it came from. It's been so long. I think it just came from a bit of inspiration, like maybe something I was playing at the time, or just yeah. I mean, a lot of the mechanics are pulled from a previous game that I worked on. I worked on with the people that made Dwellers.
So, what happens when you finally find some treasure?
Tried to flesh it out and figure out how to make it a little bit more
going to become famous.
intuitive and a little bit more fun. Focusing more on the story side of things.
This is just going to be another dead-end cave. Let's
I'm
head
just gonna
back.
let this play.
Ooh!
So one of the last additions was the cutscene system, which you're
Laurie, no!
getting for a few
Laurie, are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a
And
little
now we're on to the first main level of the game.
Told you.
The first level was mostly
Yeah,
tutorial
I
and
got
just
it. You told me, sorry.
getting a gauge of some of the mechanics. And
No point sitting around here
yeah,
sulking.
now's where things get a little bit interesting.
We've
Let's see
got
how
an
you get.
adventure on our hands.
So, William, how are you finding the game's controls and movement system and all that?
Very good. I really appreciate the hints at the bottom, because I don't think, especially in the tutorial, I wouldn't have found it out by myself, but it does allow players to figure it out. It gives them time to explore before jumping straight to that hint, which is really good.
Yeah, that was one of the major things that I tried to do, is that I didn't want to make people feel like they're stupid, and so I tried to keep the tutorial as hidden as possible, but it will show up if you do get stuck. And that was one of the major things that I was trying to work on with making this game. There are some more obvious hints and things like that, and unfortunately there are some bugs, especially with the buoyancy system with Unity. Unfortunately, if you try to move up and then jump, you get stuck, so you just gotta jump. It does become a little bit of an interesting thing to figure out, honestly. One thing that I'm quite happy with that you figured out is the swapping system, which it doesn't have that many roles in the game, but it definitely was something that needed to be added just to allow for you to complete certain puzzles. And it was sort of like, hey, you've got an assistant character, this person is your light, they're supposed to guide you the way, but sometimes you need to have a little bit more of a finer control.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, and it also allows you to like mix up the puzzles a little bit. So at times you're trying to figure out, am I supposed to get that myself, or am I supposed to get Mackie to get it?
Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to try and do is make it so that you need Mackie to be able to see the puzzle solution, which was an interesting thing to figure out how to do. But in the end, it was just as simple as really just hiding an object until they were in range. One thing that could potentially happen but hasn't happened yet is for the combination to be inputted correctly at the end of the level. That I haven't encountered yet, and I don't know if it even actually correctly implements it. So if it will actually open the door if you have to cycle back through to the correct selection.
Okay.
I really like how you put this map in the game, because that's one of those things that were added at the end of the process.
Yeah.
And it kind of adds a lot of value, because I used to get a little lost.
Yeah. It was definitely something that I got a lot of feedback on. It's like, yeah, I got lost. There were no key like things to define where things were. A lot of it was repetitive, so I was like, I need to add a little bit of like detail work, and that's where the crystals and the rocks came in. And just like overall adding the map, I think definitely helps you figure out where things are. There's a lot of fun working with Unity, trying to figure out how to make a 2D game that looks good and plays well, and messing around with physics systems is a lot of fun. And yeah, just trying to make sure that things work and getting all the audio and stuff to work properly and not have it mess up was a lot of challenge, but definitely a welcome one.
Okay.
Now you have the full code, and now
But
it's
I
time
didn't
to
properly pay
work.
attention to what the other ones were.
It was a U shape on both.
The first time I played this, I actually took a photo of the screen.
Yeah. Oh, this is a lovely little interesting thing. If you just keep walking, Mackie will teleport to you.
Okay.
Like I tried my best to make a pathing system to keep Mackie from getting stuck on ledges and corners and things like that, but it doesn't always work. So if you get too far away, Mackie will automatically teleport to you as well. So. And of course, trying to make sure that people know that you can't go too far with the green aura was something that I tried to do from the get-go. Make sure that people knew, yeah, you are not supposed to do that. So one thing that was I tried to bring forth is that sometimes levers are a bit too big, and you'll see how to get to that later on. Hopefully. Hopefully. So there is one area of the map that you've still yet to explore, and it is actually shown on the map. But finding that, like one of the fun things was trying to hide gems in the map and seeing how people would try to get to them. Like one of the later additions was that gem hidden up above the bridge. I'm very happy that you figured out how to get to it though, because it was a very interesting one to add. I can't recall what the maximum possible score is, but I think it's somewhere in 1,200 range. There's still a couple of gems that are yet to be found.
I'm just going to ask, am I supposed to be going up to this top right-hand corner?
Yeah. Okay, let's go. It's the last place you need. Interesting. The trigger that's supposed to show the second door on the map, the second part of the code on the map, didn't actually trigger. It's very interesting. Oh, and the dialogue here didn't trigger either. Very odd. Oh, well, let's hope.
I've completely forgotten. I should have done Jamie's trick and taken a photo of.
I got so lost in the conversation that I forgot what the last codes were. I think there was a tail-shaped one. The code is completely random. So every time you load up the level, the code is randomly generated. So even
T,
me
then
having to testing. Yeah, so
Someone in the stream said T then S. Is that a T?
yeah, there are 10 symbols that you can rotate through. So I assume the T is the double line one, and the S is the one that's a squiggle. I've been told it looks like a tail, which is.
I'm trapped.
I think, honestly, what I would recommend is cycle through the first one until you get it. Because I know that the rest of the code is correct, at the very least. Yes, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance for it to load. There we go.
Something relicy.
You sure you should be touching that?
So this was, again, with the
why'd they
cutscene
just leave
system,
it
this was
here?
a lot of fun to try to implement and
You're gonna get
it working,
cursed.
especially with
Shiny.
just the facial, the little images down the bottom and things like that, and just mixing and making sure that the voice acting and the text match, getting the speeds of stuff like that matching was a lot of fun. And again, I want to just thank. God, I'm really bad with names.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you so much, Derek. I'm sorry I keep forgetting your name. He did an amazing job with the soundtrack for this game and just all of the sound effects and things like that. So now you've unlocked the only skill that we managed to get into the game. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you only have 2 people. It does get a little bit tough to make a lot of features and get them into the game, and I'm honestly surprised on how much we managed to get in the end of things. In the end,
it's all right. Turned out very well.
Yeah. So that ice ability will freeze the water if you shoot it. It's the only thing that. So, and you can stand on that. Unfortunately, there are as many ways to softlock yourself. Because unfortunately there is no way to remove the ice without reloading the map. But there is one good thing that was implemented is that everything is saved, and your progress is always going to be there when you come back unless you decide to reset it.
Very nice. I feel like this is one of the first games that we've had that has voiceover, right, Jim?
I think so for this semester, yes. For the previous ones, you know that farm game?
Oh, right, okay. Very well.
Yeah, the voice acting was a surprise even for me because like we were not expecting voice acting at all, and then we just got Derek coming in and it's like, oh yeah, so how do you want this voice acting to go? I'm like, oh okay, and I think he nailed it. I mean, obviously, like it's not exactly professional, but
no,
with
I think they did very well for the student voice actors. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, for student voice acting, it's amazing. I mean, again, it's not professional, but like it was really well done for what it was worth. Unfortunately, I neglected to put their names in the credits. I really wish I had remembered to do that before this showcase build. Unfortunately, I forgot.
I think we put their names on the website, so if you feel like updating the build, that's fine.
Yeah. Let me just double check if their names were put on.
Aaron, Robin, and Derek.
Yeah, no, their names were not put on. I will probably try and get Derek to give me the names, or I can try to find them again. But yeah, how much time do we have left?
I think we might need to start wrapping up.
All right then.
That one.
I was going to try and show a little bit of a progress on what happens when you've only got a small group and how things progress and things like that, but that's fine.
That's all right. I think we spoke through quite a bit of it, but yeah, congratulations. It was a very good product.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I just want to say working with Robin was amazing. Just like, even though like they didn't end up doing much with programming, that's fine. They handled a lot of the management side of things, and they really did a good job with that. I honestly don't think we could have gotten the game to where it was without his help. So it was a lot of fun, and Derek was just amazing with how he did with his sounds, and honestly, I hope if he finds a good job in the industry, he definitely has a knack for it. So yeah,
Awesome.
that was Celestial Minds. Again, if you guys want to play this game, unfortunately, there's not much else to it. That's just the nature of things. But if you do want to play it, it is available on itch, and you can find the link to that through the Game Studio website.
Awesome. Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Moving on. And again, voting. Vote.
Yeah.
So we're up to our last game of the showcase now. We'll have fun with this, and then we'll take a 5-minute break while me and Jamie check what the votes look like, and then we'll announce the winners. So, Piplets. Piplets on board. Piplets.
And Sam's texting. So guys, are we able to see Piplets?
Sam, are you able to
Hello.
host? All right, I can play it if you're able to talk.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Will, you can play.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And don't worry, the games are very simple, so you can't mess it up. Trust.
Oh, trust me. I'll find a way.
Oh yes, I just want to say one last thing, if I can. One of Robin's major contributions was the lovely parallax that we have, and honestly, it just adds to the feel of the game. It makes it feel so nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Could you get the latest versions? We did a push yesterday.
Hey, yo, people. Here I thought I was being nice and ahead of schedule. Which one?
People leaving it to the last minute. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone's had. We didn't really have a specific deadline. I did try to get my build out on time, and thankfully it looks like everything did. But like, of course, this happens. Like I think we had an issue with Rainy Day and Dwellers both having like a late build or something like that. Yeah, this is what happens when we don't have deadlines, people. Oh dear. Yeah, no, the actual games that we submitted for our sprints were much more bug free, I would like to say, because we knew that we had less problems with builds being late and things like that. So.
Cool. Right.
Yeah. Vote for who you want. Honestly, like, actually, like, just looking at the voting system, it's you literally vote in the order. It's actually really awesome. It's like, yeah, I like Piplets, but I also like Dwellers. Which one do I like the best out of those? Well, I can put Piplets at second and Dwellers at first, or I could do the reverse. And I think that's really awesome to have as a voting system, not just picking one game in particular.
I love you guys in the same amount.
Yeah.
Just keep saying it, Jamie.
Yeah, and again, I
could have
want
seen
to really
these guys last week.
really do want to thank Jamie for helping us out through the semester, keeping us on track, making sure we're actually submitting things and playing our games and giving us feedback and things like that was a lot of help.
It was good fun.
Yeah.
But you guys got a little funny last week. Like, Jamie, what's your favorite game in the class? I love you guys equally. So does that mean you don't like us? I love you guys in the same amount.
Oh no. Yeah, another thing that like I think needs to be stressed is just how much freedom we had. It is a game studio class, not necessarily like focused on like on a specific task. We were left to do what we wanted to do, and it was a lot of fun. Definitely taught us how to manage ourselves and managing our sprints, making sure that our Trello boards and GitHub and all that sort of stuff were all managed, and we were being marked on that. So like Jamie kept down on X and made sure that we actually did it. So that was a lot of fun.
Right. So Sam.
Yes. Hi.
Talk me through
Okay, so
First of all, what am I doing? I'm trying to
you're
get the piplets.
you're doing farm and you know how to farm. Alright, so have you ordered the plants? Yep. Give them a little drink and then just
Oops.
take a nap. Alright. Oh.
So Will, here's a question. Is the voting system open to UTS students only or anyone?
At the moment, it's UTS students only.
Okay, there you go.
Unfortunately.
That's all good.
Just so that we can control the number of votes. For those of you who are external to UTS, thank you very much for your interest. And I wish we could open it up, but we're just trying to keep it a little bit fair and internal. If you are a UTS student from anywhere in UTS, as long as you have a UTS account, please do vote.
Okay.
Wait, can you vote for your own team? Or you have to vote another team?
You can vote for your own team, but as we were saying before, it works better if you don't. Or it is a ranking system, so you can vote for your own team and other teams just in a different ranked order. But really try to think about which game you want to come first, because the more votes that game gets, then the more likely it is to win.
So piplets. The main keys are just like WASD, left, right mouse button, and then the number keys. So you can see that you've got plants, on the bottom row.
Yep. That
you've planted. So go down to the bottom row. So you can see that the plants, they take days. They need water. Basic plant thing. So the aloe on the far right. That's ready to be picked, so you can just right click that. That's your left, go to the right. And then just right click, and now you've got, the plants. So when you do harvest, you also get a chance of getting a seed back. And you can plant it again, and then, do the same. Water, sleep. There we go, and then you just need to water it. Yeah, and then you can also go out to the greenhouse. If you go to the floor of the top row, I mean not the top row. Just go to the floor of the greenhouse, and then right click. To the door. Yeah, you can see that door. Yeah. And you're outside.
So, did COVID have anything to do with the design of this game?
Yeah, so the initial premise of the ideation was like, okay, we're gonna have like, you can plant the ingredients for what you would need to make for like a hand sanitizer, a mask, and toilet paper, which are like the key essentials that you need to survive. Apparently, that's what we decided. That's what we needed in this COVID world. So that really like formed the plants that we wanted to plant. The idea of like surviving in a post-apocalyptic mode. Yeah.
Seem to be social distancing quite well with your piplet there.
Keep away from me, Disney. Just really quickly on the Discord. Yes, if you have a staff account or you have an alumni account, yes, please do vote. As long as you have a UTS account, essentially, that you can log into, you can vote. Ooh.
So you guys made all the visual assets for this, isn't it?
Yes, so yeah, I think every visual aspect was made by Vivian, or most of them. I think a few things, such as the title screen, was made by Steven. All the sounds were made by sound students. It's pretty cool. We used wires to make our audio integration.
Oh, nice.
So it was pretty interesting to work with. The MSD students. We had one of them working with wires, and they found it pretty good to work with it. It was a bit like challenging at the beginning, just because like there's a lot of stuff to like learn from wires, but we got it down.
Is WISE a requirement in GDS2 or is it optional?
No.
No, it isn't.
Completely optional.
We do have a license though, but it's optional really.
Yeah. I think like most of us just decided we're not going to use WISE, not because we didn't think it was useful. It's just it was a lot easier just to plug in our assets on our own and just work from there. Especially just with how things were. Like I don't know if it's the same with every group, but like while we did have a lot of communication with our guys, I don't think they had as big of an impact on how the game was and stuff like that, and so just getting a little bit of feedback here and there was really all we needed.
Yeah, I think it could have been, I mean, the whole doing things remotely, because in the past we used to have the MSD students coming to the labs in GDS2.
Yep.
And that's when some of them said, well, we know how to use this WISE thing. Do you think we can integrate it with Unity? And that's when, it just happened. But I think that was something that the face-to-face interaction sort of facilitated.
I will have the best garden.
It's like my office now.
Lots of little plants and lots of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the goal is for the game, if you haven't really noticed it, is to just get all the piglets, farm, make money.
Yeah.
And yeah, just it's very simple loop, very simple game. Yeah.
Really
so different
different
plants. Yeah. Different plants require different amount of time to plant. Oh, that's you've seen everything for the game. I guess I should talk about like how we went through things. So the first sprint was we got quite a lot of things done. Like most of the plans was already done first week. It was after the first week, I say it was like quite hard to like keep working on the project, just because like we had one member who was like full-time student, had work, so they barely had time to work on the project. They were also in another project as well, PDT, so it's like it was really tight on time for them. As for two of our other members, so me and Vivian, we did 3 subjects, but we also took on PDT as well, so that did take some time on that. I really did wish that I could have like more time to spend on this. I think it was just this semester was quite hard on time.
Yeah. I'm quite impressed that some of you, there's quite a few people who, in that situation where they did GDS2, Playmakers, Dev Team, and Advanced Games Programming all at the same time. Which I feel like is a really heavy load.
Doing 3 project subjects, probably not the smartest idea.
No, but it gives you a really good resume.
It does give you a really good. Yeah.
Well,
Can you guys
I
imagine
also...
if I had kept the quiz?
Oh God. I can imagine one thing though, like if you're working in mostly project subjects for a semester, you're gonna tend to be on the same mindset and stuff like that. The main thing is to try and avoid being burnt out on your projects and not getting the stuff that you wanted to put in because you're burnt out, and that must.
Yeah, but then it's like the problem is you kind of want to like make your projects all look nice, and you kind of don't want to sacrifice anything. So all you do is you sacrifice your time and sleep for every project.
Oh, I know that.
University students. That's the best way to enjoy university, isn't it? Sleep is when you get a job and you can sleep on the job. It's fine.
Well, we're not gonna do that. No. We're not gonna sleep on the job. No, why would we do that? I do want to say though, one thing that's really been fun is seeing like everyone seems to have done their own art and assets. I think every single game that's been shown here at the showcase so far has all been done in-house assets and stuff like that, with only reusing with this instance of sound assets really. I'm not sure exactly how, other people from Samurai Games still here. Did you? How much of the assets were made in house? Like, did you?
Oh, that'd be a question for Jaden, but I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah.
The animations were from Mixamo, just because we didn't have time to animate. But I do know that Jaden did quite a bit of modeling and texturing.
One thing to note is that it's not a requirement at all for us to make our own assets.
I was gonna
We
say
just
that.
chose to because it's fun.
I actually push you guys away from that, but you still did it.
It's just
and I'm
too
not
fun,
complaining. I think it's just it looks fantastic, and it's good to
Sorry, I
see
mean, my
how consistent all the games are.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think is a lot of the games dev people that come through this class are also artists themselves. Like, so we want to make games that look pretty, and we want to make games that play fun. It's like, so it's a nice way for us to combine our art skills and our game making skills and produce something, that looks and plays fun.
Exactly.
I know I spent a lot of time working on assets, maybe that I should have been working on game mechanics, but I just couldn't put myself away.
Oh yeah, well, if you want to make more money quicker, I suggest processing items first before selling them. That way, make more money of that.
Okay.
So the piplets, we do kind of wish we had more involvement of them as well, because right now they just give you like small buff, but you can't really see what they do. So what they currently affect is move speed, harvesting bonus, and so like there's a chance of getting double the harvest, and they just increase that chance, and there's a chance of getting seeds backs, and that they increase that chance. Yeah. So the idea of like, how did we manage to come up with all these like piplets, like the IDs, right? Could you go to the buy piplet screen for me, please?
Yeah.
In the terminal. Yeah, that thing. Yeah. So if you can see, there's like about 8-ish. So the idea was to have 6 of them, but our artist decided to make 2 more extras. I'm like, yeah.
That's how we are. We're just like, I could just leave it at this, but why not add more art?
Yeah. So the original idea was to have 6. So it was meant to be like 1 for each of us. So 1 for each members, and that includes the MSc students as well. So the mango bird and the hedgehog, the pineapple hedgehog, are part of the MSc students. So so the theme was like a fruit and animal, and yeah, we just came up with all of these ones.
Very nice.
Yes.
It makes it really motivating, actually. I want to keep playing this just because I want to see all the other piplets follow me around. So just come with me,
They're
my little
very
minions.
adorable.
Come with me.
They're very adorable.
Very nice.
I love
Yeah,
how
yeah.
I love how the little slime one moves around. It just kind of rolls.
Yeah.
Just moving.
Cool. All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end with all the games. Thank you for everyone showing off. And yeah, as Aaron was saying a moment ago, like everything this semester, it all looks gorgeous. It all plays really well. It all plays very smoothly. So yeah, you should all be very proud of what you've achieved. And honestly, I hope you do all continue to build games in your spare time, because I'm sure
We'll
there's
try
going
our
to be
best,
some pretty cool stuff coming out.
Yeah, I think all of us are going to try our best to keep going with games. I mean, even those that weren't originally going to try games, I think the guys that made Rainy Days, last semester they had an extra group member who was not planning to go on with games, but they did their best, and I can't remember their name. I'm so sorry. It's group 1 here still.
Is it Ben?
I think it was Ben. Yeah, they like Ozymandias was an amazing game, and just like seeing how even non-game developers, people who aren't planning on continuing with games, make their games is a lot of interest. It's a very interesting perspective, and it's a lot of fun working with people, especially working with the Amnesty students and just how they've been going along with like learning how to work along with games and stuff like that, and seeing how they've come and how we've introduced their music into our games and just how well that's done, especially this semester. I don't know about previous semesters, and how that's worked, but I think this semester went pretty well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good to know. And just as a heads up for those of you, a reminder, if you are finishing GDS2 but you're not graduating and you're still around next year and you're looking for a project, do consider the Playmakers dev team stuff. Just for an extra project, an extra portfolio item. And of course, it's all through applications and stuff like that. So if you are on the stream and you're a first year or second year student, then
Would
do consider
would it be
doing it.
possible to join Playmakers if you are graduating, or is it a little bit more exclusive?
We're trying to keep it to students. So the project technically usually picks up usually mid autumn. So if you're kind of graduating in the middle of the year, it might get a little bit difficult. But yeah, we're trying to keep it to students just because it is a student society thing, and we want the current students and future students to have the opportunities moving forward.
Yep.
All right, so we will pause just for 5 minutes while me and Jamie go have a chat and look at the voting and try and hopefully it's very clear who the winner is. And otherwise, I'm going to make Jamie choose between his favorite children.
Oh
We
dear.
all equally.
Oh dear.
All right.
It's gonna be
so
a tie. It's gonna be. Calling it now.
Well, keep it from me. So,
all right. So if you haven't voted, quickly jump over there and vote. Again, link is in the stream. It's also on the website. So yeah, go vote. We'll give it another minute or two for you to complete that. And otherwise, we'll be back in 5. See you in a moment.
dwellers.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to William for setting the most of this up.
Yes, I did the website and everything. Jamie,
you did.
Jamie didn't.
No,
No, I
Jamie,
think
Jamie did the website. William has done most of the stream stuff, and this has honestly been quite fun.
To be perfectly honest, this is a lot easier setting these up than it is the physical ones. Yeah.
I think the face-to-face one is a bit easier because you don't have to like click on things. Like you just talk to the person that you need to
Oh
talk
God,
to.
now you know my pain from last semester, having
Yeah.
to switch between
Yeah.
different perspectives, making sure that everyone's like there's no dead air and stuff like that. And honestly, like it's a lot of work.
The physical ones though are always so much logistics, so many groups, so many desks, so many games, so much budget, food,
making sure all the
prizes.
games work, making sure
Yeah.
the games work first try and all that sort of stuff, making
Yeah.
sure that the builds are up to date. Oh goodness. Oh, we still have these issues here.
All right, cool. So thank you to everyone who voted. We had quite a few votes, and there's quite a lot of very close calls going on there, but it's very clear that we didn't have to make the choice. So don't worry, Jamie isn't choosing between you. It is purely from the votes.
Love you,
So
Jamie.
we'll start with the second category first. So the on-demand projects. So these were the ones that were lower down on the screen. So I'm going to, let's see if we can push this off to the side a little bit. I can't even tell where the bottom of the. Okay, cool. And side. So, for this second category, for the on-demand content for advanced games programming and introduction to games development. So, we are just picking one winner overall, but I'll let you know from each subject who was the winner as well. So, we don't have the certificates for you at the moment. That's my bad. I didn't prepare them before the stream started. I will get them to you within the next day. So if you are a winner, you will get an email from me with your certificates and you'll have that crown to wear and be proud of the work that you've done. Also, if you are, even if you don't win, if your game is here, make sure that you're including the link of this to your profile. We keep these showcase links up, right, Jamie? We're keeping these ones going. So they are kind of officially part of this URL, this showcase.gamestudio.org. Spring 2020, that's going to stay there, and every time we add a new showcase, it's just going on top in a different subdomain. So, for the on-demand content, the winner is, and I can't do a drum roll because I feel like I'll shake everything off my desk. That's a hand clap drum roll. The winner goes to Run for Covert, Ollie Ryback and Jonathan Wong. Congratulations. Sure, if you're on the call, would you like to make your winning speech? Not if either of them are. Ah, Jonathan, you're there. Get your microphone on. Jonathan's typing. My microphone is suppressed. Okay, well, congratulations. Well done. And you'll be getting your certificate from me very soon. And yeah, congratulations to everyone in advanced games programming. I know it was a very hard subject, and it was the first time that it was run. Like I said, Andrew did an amazing job creating the content for that, and I think you all did extremely well, and it was very impressive seeing the final assessments and seeing what came out of it. And yeah, there were some really cool projects, and these are just a handful of the ones that really kind of stood out as doing something quite unique or doing it very well. In Introduction to Games Development, the winner is, and a little drum roll, the winner is Two-Player Stylized Pac-Man by Michael Wu. So for anyone who doesn't know, Introduction to Games Development this semester was you had to build Pac-Man, and essentially you had to build it in a very William Ruff specific way. You had to make it to my specifications, but then the going from 90% to 100% on the final assessment was do a design iteration. So do something that made Pac-Man slightly different. And there were very few students. I think there was only like 2 or 3 other students who actually got to that point. So out of 200 students, less than 10 of them actually went for that 100%. And the things that came out of it were very good. And you've got this procedural content generation. You've got the Super Hot cross with Pac-Man. which really does play like super hot. And yeah, you've got the stylized 2-player Pac-Man that looks really nice and is very fluid and is actually quite hard when you're trying to play that by yourself and creating. So yeah, that's why you're seeing so many Pac-Man games, but the effort, I don't underestimate the amount of effort that's taken an individual student to get this far, to have their game showing up on this showcase is a very big, tremendous effort, especially for first-year students. It's fantastic. So the grand prize, the best game of the showcase, including Scallywags and the Game Design Studio 2. And the winners are... Drumroll, silent drumroll, clap drumroll.
I can see it.
Cool. Dale's got one going on. Okay, the winner is... these two people up here. We're winners. We win. Okay, the winner is that one samurai game. So, Ailin, Kyle, Laith, and Jaden, congratulations. And I still need to go back and play it.
Well deserved, well deserved.
Fantastic.
Thanks, homies.
Yep. Winning speech, is that your winning speech?
That's the one, boys.
Yep. Fantastic. Well, congratulations, and thank you everyone for joining in. It's been amazing. As a kind of aside, the stream has been watched 300 times. So there's been a lot of activity, a lot of people tuning in, and a lot of people enjoying the content. So I'm guessing there's probably been a lot of hits on the website. So you should be proud of the work that you've done, proud of the number of people that are going to see it. And yeah, definitely include everything that you've been doing this semester and of course your previous semesters in your portfolios and your CVs. Jamie, any final words?
No, I'm getting emotional. This is the last time I get to see you guys because technically I haven't seen you in almost a year. But I'm really proud of what you guys have created, not just this semester, but the previous one. And I don't know, it's exciting to see how you guys, come up with all these cool ideas and make them into an actual game. And today we celebrate that. So that's pretty cool.
Fantastic, yeah. And for those of you who are graduating and moving on, don't forget us. Come back. As you saw, we love our alumni. We like to see what you're doing. So yeah, keep in touch. Let us know what you're doing. If you're not graduating, awesome. Hopefully we are on campus a little bit next year and we can see you then. And yeah, we look forward, especially if you're in your second or first year, look forward to having more classes with you. Those of you that were in your second year doing advanced games programming, you're moving on from me and you get to experience the full glory of Jamie for GDS 1 and GDS 2. So this will be you next year making this list of games and making some high quality stuff and putting it out there.
Yeah, Jamie is definitely someone that is fun to work under. Just like basically he acts like a boss, but in a very nice way.
Yeah, thank you.
he pushes us on to make good things, and honestly, like, thank you so much, Jamie, for teaching us these past semesters.
Thank you guys for making my job so cool.
And hopefully next year we'll be back to physical classes. Ooh.
Scary prospect. I haven't done that.
Scary prospects, yeah. I think COVID has definitely taught everyone a bit about like the prospects of online teaching and the online games dev and stuff like that, and just how that goes. And honestly, like, it's going to be interesting the next couple of years with how things go and how things change.
Yeah, definitely. One last final shout out before I leave. Playmakers, Student Society. If you're on this Discord, if you're on the stream and you haven't signed up, do sign up. They're a great student society. There's a lot of activity. I promise we don't spy on you, but you are part of my Discord, and occasionally I just see it going nuts and things flying through. So yeah, definitely join up. It's a great community, a lot of help, and no matter what stage of your degree you're at, or whether you're even in the games degree, if you're somewhere else in the faculty, they're very welcoming. I'd love to have you there. Other than that, everybody enjoy the end of your year. If you're in summer classes, then good luck. If you're not, enjoy a little bit of a break and enjoy finding a job if you must. Otherwise, we'll see you next year or see you whenever we can. Take care, everybody.
See you guys.
Thanks, homies.
See you around.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks, everyone.
See ya.